Good morning, Stormgate friends. Yeah, so Windows decided to reset all my audio devices, which is wonderful. And I did not realize until right now, so that's fun. Good morning. It's time for some storm gaming on a Saturday. It is currently 24 degrees Fahrenheit in Dallas. That is very cold. It is icing. Took the dog out this morning for a walk. It was very icy. She did not decide to go. She did not wipe out. It was very good. But she was very cute. And right now, she's just spent the time. She came up to me and she said, "Oh, can I have your breakfast?" And I said, "No, you cannot have my breakfast." And she said, "Please, it has peanut butter in it." In fact, it has her two favorite things in the world. It's got peanut butter and peanut butter in it. But yeah, we got some Stormgate stuff happening today. We are going to be starting slightly late. Ariel versus Game Friend BO3. We're gonna be starting slightly late. Ariel asked for like a 5-minute water break before we get started. We are gonna be starting with Ariel and Game Friend. Infernal versus Celestial. That should be fairly interesting. I'm excited to see how things have evolved. Oh, you getting some snow too? Yeah, it's a very icy snow is what I'm getting, Mountain. My now fiance, get to say that, is in the office getting the dog her booties on. She does not like her booties. It is a very fun time watching her try to fight against getting these booties put on. But I've been told that it is not snow, never snow. It's only ice. I don't know. But yeah, it's gonna be a good time. I have some oatmeal here. That I did marginally oversalt because I forgot peanut butter I was putting in was salted peanut butter. So that was a mistake. It's all good, but I'm kind of excited to see how things have evolved. I've been busy with grad life and doing a lot of Dota casting. That was my fiance would like to tell you that I was also busy proposing. But that was actually before my most recent Stormgate cast. So nice try. But PhD stuff, Dota stuff, I haven't been able to do as much with the PTR as I would have liked. So I'm really excited to see how these last couple weeks of different patches, there's a new map pool, bunch of different changes. Now there's a ragdoll impact, which is kind of cool. Not balanced stuff, but kind of fun. They've buffed the Carnifex a little bit. Hedgehog has been nerfed a little bit. The Morph Core has been changed. Command Post got a targeted buff in the most recent patch. A lot of stuff happening. So we're just going to go and really see how it goes. Hype, Noveastar says. Yes, it is, in fact, very hype. Thank you so much for the resub. Mountain as well. And I got to make sure I'm in the proper channel. At tournament announcements. At tournament alerts. Live with the Noveastar Cup number 2. What's the price pool at right now? It is at something. Where is my Matcherino page? That's a very important question. I closed it. 213 plus. $200 plus. Prizes https://www.twitch.tv/BeoMulf. There we go. All right, tournament alerts. Know that things are happening. Shout out to Keem. $75 in the prize pool. Noveastar seeding it with $100 of her own hard-earned money, and Game Friend as well. Noveastar, if you're watching and you get a chance, if you could shoot me the Matcherino overlay, that would be really useful, as I should actually start Stormgate. That seems good. But if you could shoot me the Matcherino overlay you get in your setup, I find that's kind of useful in driving people to Matcherino, just to kind of always having that bar on screen at all times. It is helpful. Hello there, thanks for the 10 gifted subs. And now we say goodbye to, wait, chat. Wait. Where's my, oh wait, 1 second. It's disconnected. I forgot I had disconnected this because I was trying to troubleshoot something. I was like, look at this silly dog. And then I'm like, well, actually, I can't show it to you. All right, there we go. She clump. She go clump, clump, clump. She has boots and a raincoat. And it's a good time. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs saying, let's go Stylu the goat. All right, there we go. We got the UI. That means we can go pull up the Maturino thing and say, awesome. There we go. I'm glad you appreciate. I will let the dog know that this is a 10 out of 10 snowfit. I agree. She's very cute. The problem is this dog she's 75% poodle, 25% golden retriever, or something like that. And I swear she's got some husky in her. Ever since it started getting cold, back in the fall, she's like, I would like to be outside at all times, please. The colder it gets, please more, give this to me. I don't ever want to go back inside, actually. I would much rather sit on my dog bed outside, watch the world go by. And I'm like, Molly, it's 25 degrees out. She's like, no. I'm good. I'm very happy. So. Hello there, AT Strolls. How are you? Wait. Are we are live and I didn't screw this up and make this unlisted on accident. Did I? Oh, good. Republic. Okay, awesome. All right, so we're gonna go. Games getting ready. We are hosting, what is it? Mystic Peak is map 1. LM Mystic Peak. There we go. And we're gonna get started here in just a second. I know Mountain is currently freezing in the DFW area because we got snow on the way. How are the rest of y'all doing? How is your Saturday? There's one map from all of our best map makers in the tournament. I love the flexibility we have in maps now. It is one of those things that I was so disappointed when Stormgate launched and it was just, yeah, these are the same maps that have been there since early access and they weren't great. Like obviously they were there to explore ideas within the, like, explore Stormgate, like, and Storm map design concepts as this game was getting developed. But there were so many good maps made with the map maker once the map maker was alpha'd, and the fact that it didn't have any of those in the Necrolite release was just such a shame. Patriot saying -15 at the minute plus wind chill and -20 when I go to work tonight. Yeah, that's cool. I got the emails from Dartmouth because I'm still a Dartmouth student, even if I am down here in Texas. And they're like, yeah, it's gonna be cold. Make sure that you don't go outside. And if you do go outside, wear 27 layers. And here's what frostbite looks like. Be very careful. Also, if you're drinking, lowers your body temperature. Please don't die. So that's fun. Now we're just waiting for Ariel to go and get ready, or to finish readying up as his OBS has crashed. So we'll be there in just a second. It's -2 Fahrenheit here. Noveastar, you're on the East Coast, right? And yeah, as MSRM says, don't freeze, guys. Be careful. He needs to be able to go take your money. And if you freeze, that's just a walkover, which is not nearly as satisfying. So MSRM needs you to stay alive, needs you to stay healthy. Hello. Noble Birth is sending 42. I think that is the longest active streak. And not only that, not only is it 42 months, it's 42 months of Prime. So that means you're showing up every month and hitting the sub button, which is just awesome. Hope you're doing well out there. And well, I don't know if you're in cold Arizona or warm Arizona right now, but hope you're doing well in Arizona regardless. As we're going to move into Mystic Peak, game number 1 here of our Storm Gaming. Infernal versus Celestial, and away we go. Oh, wait, I need to move. I am a bad person. I forgot about my in-game overlay. I'll fix that right now. We'll fix that. But anyways, for the time being, let's turn on the Maturino overlay. There we go. For the time being, this is game number 1 here. Mystic Peak, Infernal versus Celestial. Upper right, north side of the map, Game Friend. Bottom side of the map, it is gonna be Ariel. Now, my big question out of all of this is whether we're still gonna see your standard Celestial tech path. Upside of the Winter Storm is that it canceled our plans for the schedules freed for more Stormgate. That is a very good point. That is a very, very good point, Mountain. As let me go fix this overlay right now. We load up Photoshop. We say this is Noveastar Cup number 2. All right. There we go. Now we are fixed. As love this. Ariel's like, I'm gonna go expand. It's fine. He's like, oh, wait a minute. 11 out of 12 prisms. We gotta go back. Let's build that 12th prism. Now we can go start to expand because, you know, realistically, it doesn't take all that long. There we go. Yeah, it doesn't take all that long to go build a collection array. You don't have to be super close by. So we're going to start the leapfrogging. He's going to build a wall here, I assume. Yeah, there we go. He's going to finish up the wall in the natural. So any sort of shenanigans, not really going to be all that impactful. And in fairness, this is a 1-1 shrine. Conclave Vault Shrine, or actually it might have been Shrine first. Forget. But it's not a crit triple vault Fiend Rush or something. It's not something crazy like that. So he is going to be fine. Is actually, look at this. Scanner opener. Not too surprising. We have started to see this ever since they made it actually pop out of the collection chamber, ever since they said, ah, yes, Celestials having an early game scouting unit. That sounds awesome. We're going to do that. So scanner now here available, wants to run in, see what's what, and it's just gonna go, okay, ritual chamber coming out very, very quickly here. We can assume this is just gonna be for Soulbrand Chakrams, as wow, gonna be able to get in, get out, and now we're just gonna look for a tree to perch on top of, I would assume. Maybe he's gonna run back home there. He's gonna find his tree, he knows what's up, and there we go. Soulbrand Chakrams are on the way, of course, with this Archit here. Yeah, a little bit of damage done to the Arc ship, but it's in green power. It's gonna heal back up, and behind this, single Starforged Vector on the way, which is a great idea against Mass Gaunt. Right, Vectors have been buffed quite a bit of time. Thank you, MSRM. Shrine first. I was distractified, as it were, although we don't have JXB here to tell me just how good Wicked is. RO Mind Gaming with the macro opener, they were spamming a new double Starforge opener all day on stream.
A Stormgate has appeared.
Interesting. I had not gotten a chance to see that, but this is single Starforge double chambers. By the way, the chamber is a little bit prettier now. They've changed the lensing up just a tiny bit. As 2 vectors on the map, they're going to be actually very impactful. They shouldn't be able to go and contest this for Stormgate. Way too much stuff here. Actually, Gamefriend got himself a Hexen. I don't know if this was intentional necessarily, if this was a misclick. They have, of course, changed the way the Skull of Shadow works. Made it a little bit more viable in small numbers, as for right now, the Vector just being obnoxious is going to be able to go take down some of these effigies, remove some of the shroud coverage, and hey, even get a tribute pyre. Not bad as the Shadow Skull goes, and now it's just jumping on top of the Hexen. It will get taken down, but this Vector is very slow, has been slowed down by the Skull of Shadow, and will get taken down. So you get the Hexen, you get a tribute pyre, but you do lose one of these Vectors, and for my money, given how your single Star Forge, right, you're going for this kind of very tech-heavy opening. Any Vector you lose is a Vector you don't want to lose. So it's nice to get the Hexen, nice to get the pyre, but don't know that that was necessarily worth it. Is the patch live, ZarTV? Depends on what you mean by live. It's on the PTR, but it's not live release. So you can go and access the PTR version of the game by just going and opening up available betas in Stormgate, right-clicking properties, taking a look at available betas. But of course, it's not going to go in. It's not going to actually. It's not on live servers just yet. Last I've heard, apparently they're aiming for like mid-February because they got to get a bunch of stuff localized and bug fixed and. But anyone can play. So we were talking about maybe seeing Carnivexes more. Those are being made in this game. We got a couple of them right here, of course. Changed dramatically from the first version of the PTR. Now they're just like these life-stealing tanks. They don't have the Shikari Venom ideas. Getting on top of this one powered-up Avatar Hexen, that is a very nice move. And now we just cut away. Yeah, there really is not a lot of point to play live at the moment because PTR is just so much better. Not so sure why this is artifacting, by the way. When I mouse drag, it's like, yes, we're gonna give you visual snow on the bottom sides of the tiling. Not quite sure why that's happening. But anyways, Vectors are gonna continue to dive in once again. They do not have their upgrade just yet, but you know. Actually, sorry, no, they do have recall potential. What am I saying? They have recall potential. They don't have temporal reflection. Oh wait, can we zoom in? Is this a further zoom? Anyway, for now we're gonna move in. Carnivexes is here defensively, and the Sabers as well. Carnivexes is of course really nice. They have this AoE attack. They also lifesteal for 50% of the damage they do. They are a very difficult kill up until the point where, what's the they removed anti-healing from the Hellborn. Something has I forget what is anti-healing now? Is it Dominari? Big zoom. I asked for that. I'm like, hey guys, can we any chance we can have big zoom? Oh, wait a minute. There's Stormgate is also the visual effects have updated a little bit. We have these little floating things now around the little floating pylons around the Stormgate too. Huh. And now a Vile Lurker, a couple Savers, some Carnivexes frontlining. This is a scary army, especially sitting here up 70 supply. As now we're going to see the Celestial start to move forward. He's just been macroing this entire time, really not worrying about all that much. And now the Carnifex are going to look to bounce forward, back it up for the time being. And they are cursed, so you got to be careful. The Hellborn, they're here as well. Good siege versus siege, but with this Vile Lurker, they can start to really do some space denial, as we will see the Necrotic Hex Field go down. That's a problem. A lot of these Carnifexes are starting to get low, but now they make contact with the entire Infernal Army. And this Infernal Army that once existed doesn't really anymore. Carnifexes again pounce forward. All of the imps that were supposed to be in this base, they've been taken down, and now this Vile Lurker is shredding on top of all the Hellborn. They're gonna go get taken down. Is that the red icon you get fighting a Darminari? That is the I forget what I never get them. That is I forget what the ability is called, but that is like the effective curse. The way it stacks and you do more damage once it expires. So can't remember if there is anti-healing. Now I do like this move from Game Friend. He's recognized. Wait a minute. very little anti-air here. All the vectors, they've been taken down. But now with the healing you get from these sabers, right? Self-repair going in, they're going to be fine. And now lots of upgrades on the way. Look at that defense matrix rotating around. Chrono Shell, deferred damage, 10 additional armor on the Carnivexes. Very nice there. And of course, temporal reflection is on the way as well, which is really nice. You blink forward, and wherever you blink from, there's a specter left behind. Because I want to say it's 40% of the damage, and it heals you. It's very nice. That being said, game is over. Game Friend's going to be forced to tap out, and Ariel takes game number 1. I've been informed that the dog did not want to go outside for any real reason. She went outside because she wanted to play. And what's really funny is our little gray cat is not big friends with the dog. Every time she sees the dog, she sees and hisses, even if the dog's not doing anything. She sees, hisses, and runs away. Sees, hisses, and runs away. But now she's crying at the window because she's like, my friends have gone. Explain that one to me. Royal Gardens. Map number 2. I don't remember if Pandemonium does anti-healing. Actually, Mountain. Oh, wait, they reverted it back to Miasma. That is a great change. Necrotic Hex Field was such a mouthful. I had not realized. Thank you. So are they, I need to go take a look. Are they Venom Traps now? Instead of Hex Trap, oh, what were they called? That is a great change, Felix. I mean, Miasma is just such a better spell name. Traps are still forsaken. Okay. Yeah, traps are strong right now. They do a lot of burst damage, of course. Curse is really good. They give vision. Traps are very strong. We saw how much damage they were doing running through the fight. Unfortunately, you know. Call it the poison goo. We're gonna move into game 2 now. Bottom left in the blue Ariel, upper right red, it is Game Friend. Of course, if you'd like to support this tournament, I don't know if there are codes. Let me look. Oh wait. Are y'all getting, you are getting game stuff. It was just my microphone that reset. Okay. But Creation Chamber first, coming out of Ariel, it's going to be a Shrine first from the Friend of Games, taking this backside base, which is a little bit interesting, mainly because it has no Therium. Ariel, if you, or Noveastar, if you had wanted, I could have done it on my Matcherino and got you the extra 1250, which is, you know, fundamentally is not a lot, but it's something. Anyways, Shrine first coming out of Game Friend. It's gonna be crazy on the heavy on the Luminite. Not as much access to Therium in the early game, but you can go and cut these. Actually, you can walk through the trees, but you can cut through these trees and get yourself another Therium basin. Be totally fine. And this, of course, I mean, this is the standard opener, right? You go Shrine first, Volt Conclave, develop into the mid game, go from there. But this is far from standard. This is a one base double Starforge. This is apparently the build. I'm assuming that Mountain was talking about about Ariel spamming a couple days ago, or spamming on stream earlier. You go double Star Forge, you get some vectors, you power surge out the first one. You got the Judicator node right here just to keep yourself safe and really to provide the cascade field so you can build these structures. And you start to go to town, a lot of pressure early. And that is something that should have been scouted out. The Fiends, though, did not see these Star Forts. They took the wrong path. They're not aware of what's happening. And now they are getting some sufficient damage. That is going to be a couple dead prisms on the Therium early, which is a very nice move. It is going to slow down this vector production quite a bit. Is now moving forward. Will kill off one Gaunt at the very beginning. And it's not about the first vector. It is. It slows things down quite a bit. That is very nice. But it's 2 and 3. It's when they start to arrive. Is now Judicator node turning into a Grace Light node, getting this vector healed right back up to full. Now there's going to be the second vector. Moves forward. A little bit of damage on the Brute. Not going to get kills just yet. But the trick is you're producing 2 vectors at a time. And Game Friend is making 2 Gaunts and a Brute at a time. And these vectors, they are far more impactful in this early game than the Brutes. So 3 vectors now, dive on top of this army, blink forward, kill off another Gaunt and another one. And they're still here. They're still fighting strong. This Tribute Pyre is going to get taken down. And yeah, well, 1 vector gets unhotkeyed, run back the Grace Light node. It's already full energy. It's going to be fine. Very happy about this. And now Game Friend, he's supply blocked. 25 out of 20. No way to get anything more. He's got to get a Tribute Pyre out. He's waiting just desperately for Soulbrand Chakrams to get done, but that doesn't matter if he can't build any Gaunts. It's just not a thing. So she's going to try to get 2 more Gaunts out. We'll be able to apply Curse soon. Oh, no. Very end, he gets the Curse out. And the Gaunts here as well. So it looks like Ariel's going to have to back up for the time being. Tribute Pyres were made. Actually, I guess we didn't even need to make... Yeah, no, we did get a Tribute Pyre made, so he's back on 35. But Ariel's still got a decent amount of pressure here. Hello there, Christoph. JXP, would you say this is a wicked build? Actually, I don't know if you are on the proselytizing wicked train right now, but hello there, Script Jungle. First Stormgate will go the way of Ariel. I have to see what exactly if he can get a Soul Forge. We're just gonna Power Stone a vector. That's good. Getting a couple more vectors seems fantastic. Is now that Soulbrand is done, we're working on some Forsaken Traps, which is really good, by the way, against these small HP mobile units. Applying Miasm or applying Curse on top of them all is gonna be really nice. But now diving and taking down a lot of these Gaunts at the very beginning. We will see a skull go down, slowing down one of these vectors, but I think Ariel's just like, yeah, I can run through this. I'm gonna lead with my Avatar Vector. There's nothing you can do about it. I did way too much damage early. That means the game too will in fact go the way of Ariel. Look at that. Game number 2 does go Ariel's way, as we now gotta go All right, I need to go grab some water. I will be right back. We're gonna run some ads, and I'll see y'all in a couple minutes. Stuff here is actually Game Friend got himself a Hexen. I don't know if this was intentional necessarily, if this was a misclick. They have, of course, changed the way the Skull of Shadow works, made it a little bit more viable in small numbers. As for right now, the Vector just being obnoxious is going to be able to go take down Savages, remove some of the Shroud coverage, and hey, even get a Tribute Pyre. Not bad as the Shadow Skull goes, and now it's just jumping on top of the Hexen. It will get taken down, but this Vector is very slow, has been slowed down by the Skull of Shadow, and will get taken down. So you get the Hexen, you get... Those are being made in this game. We got a couple of them right here, of course, changed dramatically from the first version of the PTR. Now they're just like these life-stealing tanks. They don't have the Shikari Venom ideas. Getting on top of this one powered-up Avatar Hexen, that is a very nice move. And now we just cut away. Is this a further zoom? Is, wait. Anyway, for now, we're going to move in. Carnifex is here defensively, and the Sabers as well. Carnifex is, of course, really nice. They have this AoE attack. They also lifesteal for 50% of the damage they do. They are a very difficult kill. Higher Infernal Army. And this Infernal Army that once existed doesn't really anymore. Carnifex is again pounced forward. All the imps that were supposed to be in this base, they've been taken down. And now this Vile Lurker is shredding on top of all the Hellborn. They're going to go get taken. And of course, Temporal Reflection is on the way as well, which is really nice. You blink forward, and wherever you can blink from, there's a Spectre left behind. Because I want to say it's 40% of the damage, and it heals you. It's very nice. That being said, game is over. Game Friend's going to be forced to tap out, and Ariel takes game number 1. To go to town, a lot of pressure early. And that is something that should have been scouted out. The Fiends, though, did not see these Star Forts. They took the wrong path. They're not aware of what's happening. And now they are getting some sufficient damage. That is going to be a couple dead prisms on the Therium early, which is a very nice move. You're producing 2 vectors at a time. And Game Friend is making 2 Gaunts and a Brute at a time. And these vectors, they are far more impactful in this early game than the Brutes. So 3 vectors now, dive on top of this army, blink forward, kill off another Gaunt and another one. And they're still here. 4 Soulbrand Chakrams to get done, but that doesn't matter if he can't build any Gaunts. It's just not a thing. So she's going to try to get 2 more Gaunts out. We'll be able to apply Curse soon. Oh, no. Very end, he gets the Curse out. And the Gaunts here as well. So it looks like Ariel's going to have to back up for the time being. Proselytizing Wicked trainer right now. But hello there, Script Jungle. First Stormgate will go the way of Ariel. I have to see what exactly... If he can get a Soul Forge. We're just gonna Power Stone a Vector. That's diving and taking down a lot of these Gaunts at the very beginning. So we will see a Skull go down, slowing down one of these Vectors, but I think Ariel's just like, yeah, I can run through this. I'm gonna lead with my Avatar Vector. There's nothing you can do about it. I did way too much damage early. That means the game 2 will in fact go the way of Ariel. Stuff here is actually Game Friend got himself a Hexen. I don't know if this was intentional necessarily, if this was a misclick. They have, of course, changed the way the Skull of Shadow works, made it a little bit more viable in small numbers. As for right now, the Vector just being obnoxious is going to be able to go take down Savages, remove some of the Shroud coverage, and hey, even get a Tribute Pyre. Not bad as the Shadow Skull goes, and now it's just jumping on top of the Hexen. It will get taken down. This Vector is very slow, has been slowed down by the Skull of Shadow, and will get taken down. So you get the Hexen, those are being made in this game. We got a couple of them right here, of course, changed dramatically from the first version of the PTR. Now they're just like these life-stealing tanks. They don't have the Shikari Venom ideas. Getting on top of this one powered-up Avatar Hexen, that is a very nice move. And now we just cut away. Is this a further zoom? Anyway, for now, we're going to move in. Carnifex is here defensively, and the Sabers as well. Carnifex is, of course, really nice. They have this AoE attack. They also lifesteal for 50% of the damage they do. They are a very difficult kill. Higher Infernal Army. And this Infernal Army that once existed doesn't really anymore. Carnifex is again pounced forward. All the imps that were supposed to be in this base, they've been taken down. And now this Vile Lurker is shredding on top of all the Hellborn. They're going to go get taken. And of course, Temporal Reflection is on the way as well, which is really nice. You blink forward, and wherever you can blink from, there's a Spectre left behind. Because I want to say it's 40% of the damage, and it heals you. It's very nice. That being said, game is over. Game Friend's going to be forced to tap out, and Ariel takes game number 1. To go to town, a lot of pressure early. And that is something that should have been scouted out. The Fiends, though, did not see these Star Forts. They took the wrong path. They're not aware of what's happening. And now they are getting some sufficient damage. That is going to be a couple dead prisms on the Therium early, which is a very nice move. You're producing 2 vectors at a time. And Game Friend is making 2 Gaunts and a Brute at a time. And these vectors, they are far more impactful in this early game than the Brutes. So 3 vectors now, dive on top of this army, blink forward, kill off another Gaunt and another one. And they're still here. 4 Soulbrand Chakrams to get done, but that doesn't matter if he can't build any Gaunts. It's just not a thing. So she's going to try to get 2 more Gaunts out. We'll be able to apply Curse soon. Oh, no. Very end, he gets the Curse out. And the Gaunt's here as well, so it looks like Ariel's gonna have to back up for the time being. Proselytizing Wicked trainer right now, but hello there, Script Jungle. First Stormgate will go the way of Ariel. Have to see what exactly if he can get a Soul Forge. We're just gonna Power Stone a Vector. That's diving and taking down a lot of these Gaunts at the very beginning. So we will see a skull go down, slowing down one of these vectors, but I think Ariel's just like, yeah, I can. Welcome back, friends. We have a game here. Actually, this is a really hype one. Is a crazy matchup for round 3, for the round of 8 of this tournament. It's Mixu versus Ariel. Seed number 3 versus seed number 6. Just how it goes sometimes. Of course, refresh, seed number 1, still waiting on the winner of Stylu and Toxin. Waiting of Keem seed 8, Lethal Rabbit seed 9, Ruskov is 4, Jay is 5, MSRM is 2, WWE is 7, Mixu 3, Ariel is 6. So just the way it works with the players that have shown up. This is gonna be a Celestial Mirror. I was kind of hoping for Vanguard versus Celestial, but it will be Celestial Mirror, and we're just gonna see how that matchup turns out. As game 1 is ready to go. Spawning the upper right in the red. He is the red Celestial player. It's Mixu. In the bottom left, in the blue, also playing Celestials, it's Ariel. As I was given some, I believe it's like a melon oolong from China. I'm not exactly sure how my fiance got hold of it. Probably from work something, but that is now steeping on my desk, which is very nice to go and have a timer. So I can say, yes, it's been about 3 minutes. I can now take the tea bags, not the tea bags, take my tea strainer out of my mug and enjoy some melon oolong or whatever it is. Grace Light node very far forward here. So you have to see what exactly it is that Ariel wants to do. Being very active with dropping and lifting the arc ship to make sure the prisms are what they need to be, or what they need to do. Getting them to spawn very, very quickly. And there's gonna be this Star Forge opener. We saw it versus Infernals, so now we're gonna see what happens versus Celestials. It is a lot of pressure early on as this Grace Light turning into Adjudicator node, just defending the position if you need it. Mellow Tea Water. This is Melon Oolong. For whatever that means, as it has now been just about 3 minutes. So it is a scented oolong. We'll see how it is. It smelled nice. It smelled very nice from what I was able to go in. What I got when I opened the package. It's just a single pouch of tea. Now the first vector is out on the map. Of course, this Argent does have a damage and empowered shot, or 3 empowered shots ready to go with the Energizer node right there as the vector moves in. Vectors don't really do a lot to Argents. In fact, we can see this vector just takes a lot of damage. Forced to back up here, and we're going very heavy. This could be for Kree. We're going to have to see. This is a game where Mixu does transition into Kree after this. I'm not the biggest fan. Vectors, they're pretty good into Kree. The bonus damage versus light's nice. The maneuverability, if you play them right, they can just kind of always permanently kite away. But if he goes Argent Tech, if he starts to get these Argent upgrades, that is really, really effective. It means you can chase down the vectors in some way. You don't really take a ton of damage. It can work out very nice. So Energizer node here, turning into a Grace Light node, which is of course what you really want. And where is there a third Grace Light node? There's one here, or a second Grace Light node. All the Argents are healing up. I mean, now they're Grace Lighting down, but I don't know, maybe I missed something. For now though, Vector's coming out 2 at a time, and I really like this. Vector's looking to move onto the high ground. They're gonna blink in, try to get on top of the prisms, maybe at the very least get on top of these Argents away from where they're powerful. And for right now, one Vector will fall, but the Argents, they're starting to go down here. Second Vector falls, and I think Mixu he's fine with this one. Argents are gonna start to rally forward in just a second, but another Vector shows up, and maybe not. Not at all. But now the Cabal is here, starting to channel a little bit more damage. But it really is... Actually, the slow is really nice. But the problem is you don't have any Argents. You don't have enough Argents. Now the Vectors continue to run forward. More Argents will fall. I like the Cabal idea. Reducing a lot of the damage here. The attack speed and the damage dealt. The problem is, of course, is that you just don't have anything to back it up. Prisms are not as sufficient. Not really. That being said, of course, this is 2 base versus 1, so it really, maybe it is. And the Vectors now continue to have to run, blink down onto the low ground, but don't really lose a lot of prisms. This is 1 base versus 2. Maybe it is fine. Ooh, that melon tea is really nice. Still a lot of Vectors on the field right now. So you got a Soul Forge, even more Vectors running across the map here. Look at that new big enhanced zoom for replay. You'll love to see it now. Good debilitate on a lot of these Vectors as we will lose. I want to say that was a creation chamber on the high ground. These Vectors not doing nearly as much damage as they used to. Again, the debilitate, you cast down 1 unit, it spreads to all units around them. A second debilitate goes down, and we see this, the Vectors just not really doing nearly as much damage. But even with that, the numbers are really nice. Actually, look at this. Mixu blocks the Vectors in, says, you don't get out of here easily. I'm not going to give you that low ground blink in the same way that you would like. But even still, they're going to be able to go kill this Cabal, get out. Another Vector will fall. Supplies are relatively even. Oh, Heaven step forward. Nice job there. Preempts the blink. Takes another Vector down. And now there's a Grace Light node on the way. Now we can assume this is going to be into Adjudicator node. Maybe it is just for a Grace Light. I thought it was going to be for a defensive Adjudicator node on the high ground. Apparently not the case. But now we are on 5 chamber here. Lots of Argents. They do have Heaven Step forward as the Vectors now move forward. Heaven Step on top of these Vectors. Where are they going to go? Looks like they're going to go back for now. And Ariel's just doing such a nice job here, affecting maximum value. Lets them get a little bit low, running away, and then going right back to the Grace Light nodes where they can heal back up once again. But the debilitate does complicate matters. They have to stay around a little bit longer, even as, oh, that's not great. Another Cabal will get taken down, but these Vectors, they're starting to, we're at the 1-tap territory with the number of Argents and the fact they do have these energized shots ready to go. Third base now, just about, or actually done, but Prism's getting Maynarded over to them as more Creation Chambers are on the way. Unfortunately, playing as this mass Vector tech, as that Creation Chamber will fall. The more bases you get, the more spots you got to defend against this hyper-mobile army. Some more Prisms are getting made. We are getting Prism Mastery on the way, which is actually super impactful, being able to lift up Vectors, confirm kills, so they don't blink away. That is so very useful. In the meantime, of course, we are seeing Debilitate. It is useful. It is making these fights go very nicely in the favor of Mixu, if he can stay on top of it. And that is the big question. A lot of these Prisms pulled into the fight. There's one Vector on the rally. Yeah, you're gonna be able to go take that down. Is CVC actually, is Celestial Mirror actually entertaining now?
Enemy forces have begun to secure a Stormgate.
I think so. I just about knocked my tea over. All right, second Stormgate will go the way of Ariel, but I like this move out of Mixu saying, okay, you're going Stormgate, that's fine. Maybe I can kill some of your infrastructure. Ooh, okay, so Carnivexes, they're now on the field. Big tanky boys. They're heavy, 400 damage. They use splash damage. Of course, they do not have any Shikari Venom anymore. That's been removed. Sorry about that. But now we've seen the lifts here on a lot of these Vectors, allowing you to confirm the kill if you need to. Of course, the Void Prowlers are causing a problem, diving on top of this army, serving as a little bit of a blade of armor. And the Carnivexes, I think they've gone down. In fact, the Void Prowlers might just be enough here. It looks like Mixu has run out of stuff. Even though, attempted Mind Shackles, the Vectors are going to be able to TP on out. So Unfortunately, no mind shackles this game. Not going to be a thing. You really do have to go lift and then shackle. And I think Mixu's dead. Yeah, he's going to be forced to hits us with the single G. Going to be forced to tap out. 2 vectors too strong. My throat is dry this morning. Stormwatch will be map number 2, by the way. This pace looks a lot better than before. Yeah, it is genuinely. They've done such good work on the community patch. And I'm so glad they have. Like, it is a... They've just done such good work. I just wish it had been what happened with Necrolite when they had their big chance. What's the right counter to Mass Vector? I don't know yet. I did think this was the good one. I wonder if Mixu just maybe overextended a little bit. Because remember, if you were going Mass Vector, that is a 2 base or 2 forge proxy. Of course, remember Veselinev, Veselinilev. This is all on the PTR right now. So if you just boot up regular Stormgate, this is not the game you're gonna get. You do have to go into the PTR. I mean, Argents are like 50% counter to vectors thanks to the 10 gifted subs. Because yes, they don't take bonus damage from vectors, but they don't do bonus damage to vectors either. Okay. Just making sure. I'm like, I don't want you to go and like, I'm going to boot up Stormgate. It looks better, so much better. And then it's like, well, actually, that's not. You don't get to play that game. Anyways, we're going to move into game 2. Get me on Stormwatch. So here we are, Stormwatch game number 2. Of course, a bunch of bases on this map. It's a little bit bigger, but importantly, we do have these, what do they call them? We have Void Heart Shrines, which, if someone's a big fan of the Stormlight Archives, they're not going to necessarily tell you, but there will be signs. And in this case, those signs will be that, well, there's a Void Heart. One of the tier 3 options is a deep one. You know. Yes, you can mass Argents faster than vectors, and we saw that. Mixu was on like 5-chamber Argent. Just took a couple fights. I think maybe Adjudicator note or 2 would have been useful. Hey, Adelberg. It has been a long time. How you doing, man? It's been a long time. Anyways, Starforge on the way once again, right around this central Stormgate. And this is a map, by the way, that does have 3 Stormgates, not 5, not 1. Let's go, Ariel. We are playing on Ariel's map, so home field advantage there. Yeah, map maker advantage. I do think it's kind of cool that in Stormgate, unlike other games, we have our high-level players are also our map makers. So in StarCraft, there is no, map maker advantage. Because, you know, the people that make maps are not the same people that go and make and actually play the professional or high-level players. So they don't really get that. Now, of course, Vector's going to dive in, look for a little bit of scouting. It looks like this time Ariel's going to try to go dive prisms early. You don't really kill prisms super fast. Actually, this Vector is very low. So going to find a ring around the rosy, a way out Vector. Argent doing a really nice job bracketing, and that's going to be the first one dead. That is actually massive. Much like really any 2 racks in StarCraft 2, any sort of proxy tech, you can kill off the first unit. That gives you time to have a significant defender's advantage, because if you look at this Energizer node, so now these Argents, they're pretty much powered up. You're going to get 3 creation chambers out, and it is just really good news. He did a very nice job of bracketing the blink in. He knew there was only one. His rally was going to come out of the natural. That was step number one. So whatever was going to happen, if Vector tried to go back home, he was going to have Argents out of the rally. Is now trying to go take this node down. Not really going to do much. So the only other spot that this Vector could go is out here into the and blink down on the low ground. So you just put the Argent there, you leave it to your rally to deal with the rest, and you're fine. And now we got another creation chamber on the way, Guardian Nexus being created, and this is a pretty solid defensive emplacement for Mixu. It's gonna be very difficult for Ariel to do what they want to do. Sorry, something is drying the hell out of my throat. And now, okay, Shadow Mark. That actually is really nice. You know, we talked about being able to get yourself a couple more vectors. A couple ways you can do that. You can Shadow Mark your structures and give them 40% increased production rate. This is not a fight. Not really. Vectors, one of them is going to go down. Now maybe a couple more as now Mixu runs for good positioning. Just continue to try to take them down, remove the blink as much as possible. Now he's gonna have to back up a little bit. Grace Light node now getting put to work, healing him right back up. I gotta say, I'm a little sad. They removed a lot of the structure level buffs. They just removed a lot of the structure level buffs in this game. Like Guardian Nexus no longer gives bonus armor defensively when powered, which, you know what, made sense. These vectors are just shredding and getting shredded by the Argents. It makes sense. The macro of Celestials was a little bit too difficult for the value that you gained. But it was cool. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna put a forward ascension matrix and I'm gonna power it up and I'm gonna overcharge it. Not overcharge it, whatever that was called. I'm gonna power surge it so all my units do bonus damage. Okay, that's something we gotta deal with. That's kind of cool. For now, the vectors are gonna run in. They get debilitated. They run back. One Argent dangling a little bit. Ariel's gonna go and take advantage of that one. But now roll up is done, and well, Kree do take a bunch of bonus damage from these Argents. They are a nice way to get on top of them, or a bunch of bonus damage to the vectors. They're a nice way to get on top of them, a nice way to just bracket them in place if possible, go for the surround. And in this case, Mixu's using 4 of them for a run by. And yes, prisms no longer have the light tag. We're not doing bonus damage to light here. It's not that, but it is still splash damage. It is still harass. And these vectors on this, what is fundamentally an all-in, well, now they're going to be forced to make some very difficult decisions as now the Kree into the prism line, other side shredding the prism line. And oh yeah, back at home, fight's still going well enough for Mixu that you're not super worried about it. So the prism line of the Nationals dead, and into the main base we go. Vectors not quite sure what they want to do. Mixu actually on the map a little bit. This is problematic here. The vectors, they're going to run into some of the Kree. They're going to be able to blow them up. But Mixu just going full on base trade, which is not, I don't think this was the play. Just have to stay at home, defend against the vectors. His prisms are, his Kree are doing everything they have to on the other side. The prism count is super low. And yeah, more Kree are going to start to show up. So now Mixu, pressure on his third base. I think he's still fine. Don't think he's going to lose the arc ship as now the debilitate causing problems. Bracketing again. All of these vectors in place as they continue to blink backwards, but they're just not doing a lot of damage. The debilitate way too strong. Now with Heaven Step just about done, Ariel has no economy. Ariel's army is very slow. In fact, the Sleevies are even slower.
A Stormgate has appeared.
Armies into Sleevies. Now one last hurrah for all of these vectors, but I don't have a lot of belief. Debilitate goes down. Ariel taps out, and we get to go to game 3. But yes, Cyril is also from Finland. Mixu and Cyril have been on the same team for Nation Wars. Game 3. I told y'all this was a good series. Oh wait, that is not my Should fix that. I've been contacted. We'll see what happens, but might be doing some StarCraft casting later this year, which is very exciting. I haven't done a ton of it just on my channel because it hasn't made sense for a while. Never stop watching. And I think I'm a good caster, so I'm very excited. Vectors are a tempo play for Freakstra. You go, you use them to put a lot of pressure on. You just try to overload the... You try to overload the defenses before they're properly there, because vectors are just better than... you just get more argents out than vectors. This is really the big thing. Oh, I should hit the go button. That seems useful. Yeah, I know, right, Cax Gaming? On the one hand, you know, EWC is... Thank you, Script Jungle. I've also been having a lot of fun learning to cast Dota, because I've been playing that game for forever as well. With StarCraft gigs, you know, falling down a little bit. I'm like, let's do this Dota thing. So I've been making some inroads there, doing some ESL stuff. It's a lot of fun. It is a bit of a different tempo though, and it is, I've been really enjoying learning how to do that. For now though, game number 3 is on the way. It's Ariel, it's Mixu, we go. I think I figured out what the dry throat was, by the way. As we are on Divided Oasis, by the way, for map number 3. Very large map. And I do love, I think it's just visually very pretty. We have these well springs bottom top. You got the Stormgate in the middle. And kind of on this diagonal. There's just a lot of just pretty. Looks like Ariel is just gonna go for that nonsense once again, getting the getting the Therium up and running, but more importantly, we're gonna see this Grace Light node go down. He's gonna build a couple Star Forges. You know the drill. There, okay. It was like, where are our Star Forges? It was just off screen. I'm just blind. Is there any possibility air counter the vectors, or are they just faster, built quicker in general? Vectors are the air counter, Freakstra. That's your problem. Vectors are very good anti-air, specifically versus light anti-air. They're very, very good units against that. So, like, you could get up to Navi, but that's tier 3. Seraphim just get countered by the vectors. So that really is not an option. You can really think of the vectors as a stalker that does not have the shields, so it doesn't have like infinite HP if microed perfectly. That is targeted versus light instead of heavy. Yeah. Yeah, they are better versus air than versus ground, as Thanks says. They do have longer range, I believe. Yes, they have longer range. Used to be they do more damage versus air as well, but that has been changed. Now they're the same. But yeah, double range against air. They're very maneuverable. They are great versus like... what's the word? They are great versus Spriggans, for example. As for now, buttoned up just a little bit. Vectors will run forward, try to poke, but again, there are a lot of Argents here in the wall, and already we're gonna see, look at this moving forward here. Mixu opens the wall. Wants to see if he can make something happen. Now, unfortunately, Mixu is in red power, so we're not seeing the Energizer node regen HP the way you might otherwise like to see it do. But there we go. Back to green power. Now the vectors run forward. They really like to get this node, but Mixu tries to punish, doesn't get the first vector, doesn't get the second one. But now with only 3 vectors remaining, they will get the node, force Mixu back into red power. I think the entire node is has their wood burning fireplace going, is burning wood in their fireplace right now, with it being 23 degrees down. And the smoke particles are And getting to me. Anyways, first Stormgate. There is possibility to repair the vectors. You see this Grace Light node? It casts a, there we go. Casts a Grace Light endowment. It's a burst heal and then a heal over time. It applies to everything. Light, mechanical, whatever it is. So that's why that's why Ariel has those. He starts them as Judicator to defend the spot if it gets counter pressured, and then you can heal behind. So this Creation Chamber is gonna get taken down. A little bit unfortunate. The 7-step is on the way now. Of course, this Avatar Vector is very tanky, but you're just not targeting it. Now it's gonna go down very, very low, down to 45 HP, but Mixu holds on to this spot just fine. Heaven Step about halfway done. But no Cabals, just the one Cabal. And that does diminish your ability to diminish the strength. For now, that moving in once again, good debilitate on a lot of these units. And remember, they are getting repaired, but they're getting healed, but the second they take damage, that heal is gone. So they're now, Argents move forward, good damage, really ignoring this Avatar Vector is blinking out, will be fine, doesn't quite kill the Cabal. And now, ooh, that's a big catch if they can find that one sitting in the Wellspring, but even still, looks for Heaven Step, gets on top of it. Takes the Vector down, takes the Avatar Vector down. And now with Mixu be able to be on the map here, trying to go take the fight to his opponent in the open field. The Concave is not great to start as the Heaven Step Micro moving backwards, doing what the Vectors did to them. Now these Vectors, they gotta run. Heaven Step forward, Mixu senses opportunity, thinks he can go take this down. There are 4 Star Forges here though. Lots of production, he's away from his own, but he's continuing to move forward here, continuing to get really good trades, and Mixu is gonna force Ariel to tap out of this game. The Vector Tech worked once, not time 2, and not time 3. That was a pretty cool game. Yeah, Dragoons versus Stalkers. Dragoons didn't have Blink though. Thanks. That was a very good game. We're gonna go and run a bit of a break though as we see what's gonna happen. Where are we? Where's my bracket? Mixu's gonna go play the winner of MSRM WWD. Ruskov and GXP are playing. Keem is gonna play the winner of Refresh and Toxin. We're gonna get our next games set up. In the meantime, enjoy some ads or not. I understand if you don't, but enjoy the highlights. Hello there, J-Force from Finland, cheering on Mixu, I assume. We'll be right back. The package. It's just a single pouch of tea. Now the first Vector is out on the map. Of course, this Argent does have a damage and empowered shot, or 3 empowered shots ready to go with the Energizer node right there as the Vector moves in. Vectors don't really do a lot to Argents. In fact, we can see this Vector just takes a look at this. Mixu blocks the Vectors in, says, you don't get out of here easily there. I'm not going to give you that low ground blink in the same way that you would like. But even still, they're going to be able to go kill this Cabal, get out. Another Vector will fall. Supplies are relatively even. Oh, Heaven Step forward. Nice job there. Premium value. Lets them get a little bit low, running away, and then going right back to the Grace Light nodes where they can heal back up once again. But the debilitate does complicate matters. They have to stay around a little bit longer, even as, oh, that's not great. Another Cabal will get taken down, but these Vectors, they're starting to, yeah, we're at the one. It is making these fights go very nicely in the favor of Mixu, if he can stay on top of it. And that is the big question. A lot of these Prisms pulled into the fight. It's one Vector on the rally. Yeah, you're gonna be able to go take that down. All right, second Stormgate will go the way of Ariel, but I like this move out of Mixu saying, okay, you're going Stormgate, that's fine. Maybe I can kill some of your infrastructure. Ooh, okay, so Carnivexes, they're now on the field, big tank and shackles. The Vectors are going to be able to TP on out. So, unfortunately, no mind shackles this game. Not going to be a thing. You really do have to go lift and then shackle. And I think Mixu's dead. Yeah, he's going to be forced to hits us with the single G. Going to be forced to tap out. 2 Vectors too strong. It looks like this time Ariel's going to try to go dive Prisms early. You don't really kill Prisms super fast. Actually, this Vector is very low. So gonna find a ring around the rosy, a way out vector. Argent doing a really nice job bracketing, and that's gonna be the first. Couple ways you can do that. You can shadow mark your structures and give them 40% increased production rate. This is not a fight. Not really. Vectors, one of them is gonna go down. Now maybe a couple more as now Mixu runs for good positioning. Just continue to try to take them down, remove the blink as much as possible. The structure level buffs. It just removed a lot of the structure level buffs in this game. Like Guardian Nexus no longer gives bonus armor defensively when powered, which, you know what, made sense. These vectors are just shredding and getting shredded by the Argents. It's not that, but it is still splash damage. It is still harass. And these vectors on this, what is fundamentally an all-in, well, now they're going to be forced to make some very difficult decisions as now the Kree into the Prism line, other side shredding the Prism line. And oh yeah, back at home, fight's still going well on the other side. The Prism count is super low. And yeah, more Kree are going to start to show up. So now Mixu, pressure on his third beast. I think he's still fine. Don't think he's going to lose the Archship as now the Debilitate causing problems. Bracketing again. All of these vectors in place as they continue to blink backwards, but they're just not doing a lot of damage. The Debilitate
A Stormgate has appeared.
Armies in the sleeveys. Now one last hurrah for all of these vectors, but I don't have a lot of belief. Debilitate goes down, Ariel taps out, and we get to go to game 3. Adjudicator to defend the spot if it gets counter pressured, and then you can heal behind. So this Creation Chamber is gonna get taken down. A little bit unfortunate. The 7-step is on the way now. Of course, this Avatar Vector is very tanky, but you're just not targeting it. Now it's gonna go down very, very low, down to 4. And once again, good Debilitate on a lot of these units. And remember, they are getting repaired, but they're getting healed, but the second they take damage, that heal is gone. So they're now, Argents move forward, good damage, really ignoring this Avatar Vector is blinking out. Will it be fine? Now, Argents move forward, good damage, really ignoring this Avatar Vector is blinking out. Will it be fine? Doesn't quite kill the Cabal. And now, ooh, that's a big catch if they can find that one sitting in the Wellspring, but even still, looks for Heaven Step, gets on top of it, takes the Vectors down. There are 4 Star Forges here, though. Lots of production. He's away from his own, but he's continuing to move forward here, continuing to get really good trades, and Mixu is going to force Ariel to tap out of this game. The Vector Tech worked once, not time 2, and not time 3. The package, it's just a single pouch of tea. Now the first Vector is out on the map. Of course, this Argent does have a damage and empowered shot, or 3 empowered shots ready to go with the Energizer node right there as the Vector moves in. Vectors don't really do a lot to Argents. In fact, we can see this Vector just takes a look at this. Mixu blocks the Vectors in, says, you don't get out of here easily there. I'm not going to give you that low ground blink in the same way that you would like. But even still, they're going to be able to go kill this Cabal, get out. Another Vector will fall. Supplies are relatively even. Oh, Heaven Step forward. Nice job there. Welcome back, friends. I don't have a game just yet. I would if I wanted to, but I was tired just sitting there staring at my highlight screen, waiting for things to come back. Rancor Snip saying, hello, hello, hello. How have the games been today? Just responding to some tournament admin stuff. Matches today have been pretty good. We saw Vector versus Argent shenanigans. Ariel's 2-Forge Vector proxy that seems to be pretty good, all things considered. We had an interesting Infernal versus Vector play that Ariel did 2-0. And now we are waiting on MSRM versus WWD. And that is, we just gotta wait for that one to arrive. But you know what? I am enjoying seeing how things evolve, right? That is the story here. It's always fun. Because, you know, I play a couple games here or there. I'm busy with a lot of other stuff. I don't get to play as much as I would like. But go and see the players that have been there cooking every day, figuring things out. Especially because we had a new balance patch. Was yeah, last night? How long ago was the most recent balance patch? Yeah, 11 p.m. last night. The Therium generator had its footprint decreased. Command post has 2 more supply. Sentry posts build are technically 10 seconds faster, but 5 seconds faster than they previously were intended. Lancers now kinetic redirections a little bit faster. Hedgehogs were nerfed a little bit. Morph cores were buffed. Carnivex were buffed a little bit. Navi were buffed a little bit. Dominari were significantly buffed. Pandemonium width increased by 1. Death March cut down. Research time cut in half. Radius increased by 1, which is a lot, by the way. A single radius increase is a significant percentage increase. Chaos Mark debuff duration increased to 15 seconds, which is also a pretty big buff. And hey, Ragdoll's added. So a lot of cool stuff now included. And that was just yesterday. There's a whole lot of patches happening. Will we get any Dominari usage with the new buffs? I don't think so, Rancor. We might if the game goes late enough, but right now they are just very... they're very expensive. They're very late game tech. So while they are very strong, it's one of those things where it's just hard to get to. Kind of like in lower tiers, I'm sure they're going to be fantastic, but in high level stuff, maybe not as much. It's like carrier rushes in StarCraft 2. Void Ray rushes. There's a really good one in StarCraft 2. Yeah, against you play a Grandmaster Zerg, they suck. You play a Gold League Zerg, they're really good because Gold League Zergs do not transfuse on the same way. Their timings are slowed. It's a lot harder to get the proper answer. But if you know what the proper answer is, they're not great. Dominari are not quite. Maybe I don't know. I'm trying to think of a good StarCraft example. Carrier rushing, maybe. Is there a late game? You know, carriers are tier 3 tech. I don't know. Because the balance has been top tier lately. Infernals don't feel as strong. Yeah, they seem like they brought them down to earth a little bit. Noveastar, thank you for the 100 bits and the resub earlier today. My pleasure. We're just waiting for some games. So, as y'all sit here hanging out with me, I'm actually very toasty. I think my fiance turned the temperature up a little bit in the house, but it's very nice outside. It's like a 22. Temperature is not going up. It was 24 when I woke up. It is now down to 22. Temperature keeps dropping. It's very icy. It's the first time that the dog has ever kind of experienced this weather, this frozen precipitation, something that is not rain. So we got these little booties, and I'm sure you've seen videos on the internet of like when a dog gets booties on, they're not sure how to walk. If y'all were here earlier, we showed her clopping through on the webcam, but she doesn't know what to do. She doesn't really like the boots, but you know, tough cookies. You got to make sure you're going to be good outside. Really, it's not even got to make sure you're going to be good outside. It's you got to make sure you don't track a bunch of stuff into the house. All right, Game Friend apparently has the last game of Ruskov and JXP going. They are 3 minutes in. Oh, Jay actually using we're gonna steal this. Never mind. We got MSRM and WWD. We got MSRM and WWD. So that's what we're gonna do. Ugh. I was given a water bottle. I think the water is very stale. We're going to be getting into MSRM WWD game number 2. I'm actually going to go. We're going to get into game 2. I'm going to go steal my water bottle. MSRM is up 1-0. Okay. Celestial versus Inferno players are ready. We're going to go in. I'm going to get you into this. Unfortunately, I can't like follow units, which is sad, but we're going to get you into this. I'm going to go find my water bottle. My actual water bottle. And away we go. All right. Game 2. All right, I'm back. I hope I haven't missed too much. I found my water bottle. And seems like I haven't. We're on a big map. Sector 9. Voidheart Shrines left and right. And just 3 base play coming out of MSRM WWD. Not doing vector shenanigans. Instead, this is a triple arc ship macro play. So, I had asked... We're going to expose my fiance here for a second. Also, good morning, Zero Adventure. But I had gone and I'd asked my fiance, I'm like, hey, I'm live. Can you please bring me my water bottle? And she was being very, very nice about it. She's like, yeah, absolutely. I got to go walk the dog, but here, I'm going to get you your water. Thank you so much. It's more than I deserve. But she searches around the house, cannot find the water bottle. For whatever reason, cannot find the water bottle. And she says, ah, yes, here's the water bottle I've been using most recently. So she's like, ah, yes, here's another one. It's got water in it. Here you go. I have not used this water bottle in like 2 months. And I figured that she had gone and filled it up. You know, like cleaned it out, filled it up. I'm like, great, thank you. I go on, this water is so stale. And then I go looking. That's why I went and missed the first part of this game. I went looking for my water bottle. I'm like, okay, it's somewhere. You can't find it. I'm sure it's somewhere. I look the obvious places. I check the bedroom. I check the kitchen table. You know, I check the living room coffee table. And then I go into her craft room, which is where she is right now, as the first Stormgate will go over to WWD. What's he gonna get? Gotta find himself a power stone, maybe get a nice empowered avatar state Argent. That sounds like fun. But anyways, I go into her craft room. I wish it was as obvious as it was on the table, but no, it was on the floor right next to her. She couldn't find it. Very lost. I feel like that it's generally the guy that is the, oh yeah, you know, I can't find this thing that's right under my, like, you asked my mom, I couldn't find anything growing up in the closet. Yeah, it's because I was blind to it, apparently. But yeah, I was right next to her. So instead of getting nice, clean water, a fully, freshly refilled water bottle, I get a half-filled water bottle that was not refilled. That was like 2 months old. Craft room, as in Starcraft room. I wish Carl Bjorklund. Unfortunately, no, it's actual craft room. She is working on, oh, I like this. Avatar Carnifex, 700 HP. Bonus attack speed, which is actually super relevant. Yeah, there we go. Oh, no. Every third attack, right? Cleave. So the more attack speed you have, the more cleaves you have. So that is incredibly relevant. We're moving into Cabals as well and getting ourselves into Cabal Mastery. So this is a very slow game. Both players smackering up very heavily. It's a big map. It makes sense. There's a fourth base on the way. Oh, yes! Oh, they buffed it. Now we're seeing MSRM go for it. Seismic Slam is on the way. Mixu saying, remove Inferno. P. Remove Infernals. I am so excited. Seismic Slam is like my favorite thing. I was trying to make it work for a while with like Flaming Imp drops. And it might actually be viable now, because what you used to have to do is just put regular imps in the Harbinger, drop them, then convert them and move them over. Now they are Banelings. They have a 15-second morph time, but maybe 13-second. But you can put Flaming Imps into a Harbinger, and you can Seismic Slam, bust armies open. I am so excited. If this happens, hell yeah. For now, though, it's just a really nice way. You can Seismic Slam on the prisms, lock them in place, and then get the Gaunt Volley going. So it's very nice for harass.
A Stormgate will activate soon.
Come on, you have Seismic Slam, you don't use it. What the hell is this, MSRM? I was so excited. And now it's not there. What the hell, man?
A Stormgate has appeared.
What is this? This is not okay. Now, you do have to be careful, because Cabals are here. They do have Gravity Flex available. So if they get in range, there's a Harbinger that's going to get slammed to the ground, and that's a lot of supply to lose. So there we go. Seismic Slam down. And now, yep, that is going to be a lot of supply going down. MSRM really didn't want to lose that. The goal was just to go find, I think he just had to go find some dead airspace and teleport back home. But as it stands, Seismic Slam takes down the Harbinger, and WWD going for the second Stormgate. Problem is, that's a big army in the middle of the map. Couple Magmadons, bunch of Brutes, some Gaunts. All the upgrades are there. I guess Infernal Fury is not there just yet. I'm sorry. Infernal Fury is here. Obsidian Horde is not here just yet. The third base now under very heavy pressure. The Arc ship will fall. But now there's an interesting flank angle. I didn't quite see what it was. That's the Avatar Carnifex, certainly, but maybe there's, maybe just got Soulforge. I don't know. But for now, Gravity Flex. This is a Magmadon that should get taken down. There we go, leaping on top of it. It gets evaporated. And importantly here, the collection array still stands. So even though the Arc ship did die, the collection array is still there. It still has mining potential, although I think a lot of prisms died anyways. Now there are a ton of Carnifexes, and equally as importantly, let me go find the research structure here. Yeah, we got Dominari Master Training on the way, Pandemonium. Now, I don't know if we're gonna see any, oh, there they are. Look at those lovely ladies. Pandemonium, Dominari, they're ready to go. And someone was asking if we were gonna see these. They are very good units if you get to them. As a double Seismic Slam, Brute drops, looks like the order of the day. But giving your entire army significant DPS increase. That's significant. Pandemonium gonna be ready to go soon. Moving in, looking for the seismic slam on top of the entire army. Oh, the stuns are really, really good. This army from WWD is actually, wait, Kree coming in from the backside. Really good flank going in, fully bracketing him in. And the Death March is doing a lot here, but this army, yeah, no, this is it. This is not a good fight. WWD gets jumped on top of, way too stunned up. And he's gonna go get taken down. This Arc Fortress looking for pressure on the 4th base. Was trying to go Fate Ender Beam, I assume. Yeah, that's not quite gonna be enough. And now we've got Mastery going, although certainly with the Celestial Hyperdrive, it does look like Arc Fortress should be able to get on out of here. But now Dominari have an opportunity to get energy back. Pandemonium was always available. But I think it is just the Death March.
Dimensional rift detected. A Stormgate will activate
the passive? He did have the Carnivex upgrade for that fight, Mixu. Death March is the one that is effectively a stim for a large portion of your army. Is WWD took a Dark Throne, didn't use the Dark Throne, it's just sitting here. Pandemonium is the line spell that increases damage, that marks everyone. That means that these Dominari do double damage against units that are marked, double auto attack, but also you have this kind of stacking debuff that when it expires does a lot of damage. But yeah, with that Purify, yeah, you're not taking this fight. There's just way too many debuffs available. So now bottom right side, thinking about taking the Stormgate, but this army of the Celestial now getting very aggressive, and you do have this Arc Fortress here. You do have Purify available. So that's nice, but you gotta be careful. There is a dragon on the field. In fact, there are 2 dragons on the field. Didn't even notice. That seems crazy. I didn't think there was one available at the start, but now 2 dragons are going to show up, apply Miasma, or apply a curse on top of everything, and this is just not a fight whatsoever. Arc Fortress sits on top. Actually, wait a minute. He's Kree right side. They're having a good time. We're seeing the Pandemonium stacks go in, and we're just seeing the Kree get taken down, but they will explode at the very end with their dying light, and will take down the Dominara, but doesn't matter. WWD will fall down. Just that fight topside. Top of the map where it did not have Purify available. Broke his army way too much. But yeah, the Dominari spells, you have Death March, which is the tier 2 upgrade. And that means your units attack faster, they move faster, they do more damage, but they take damage. You have Pandemonium, which is the default spell, which applies in a line and does a stacking debuff that, when it expires, based on the number of stacks, does a lot of damage. And then, of course, you have the ability to get energy back to sacrifice units. Yeah, you do need Purify in these late game armies. There is the Infernal late game army is debuff central. You don't like the Dark Throne and the Power Stone? Dark Throne was picked and not used in that last game, actually, which is kind of funny. All right, we're going to get Mixu and MSRM lined up. And I'll see y'all after the break as I get more tea. That was a really awkward wink. There we go. Lock him in place and then get the Gaunt Volley going. So it's very nice for harass.
A Stormgate will activate soon.
Come on, you have Seismic Slam, you don't use it. What the hell is this, MSRM? I was so excited. And what is this? This is not okay. Now, you do have to be careful because Cabals are here. They do have Gravity Flex available. So if they get in range There's a harbinger that's going to get slammed to the ground, and that's a lot of supply to lose. So there we go. Seismic slam down. And now, yep, that is going to be a lot of supply going down. MSRM, big army in the middle of the map. Couple Magmadons, bunch of brutes, some gaunts. All the upgrades are there. I guess Infernal Fury is not there just yet. I'm sorry. Infernal Fury is here. Obsidian Horde is not here just yet. The third base now under very heavy pressure. The arc fall. But now there's an interesting flank angle. I didn't quite see what it was. That's the Avatar Carnivex, certainly, but maybe there's, maybe it just got Soulforge. I don't know. But for now, Gravity Flux. This is a Magmadon that should get taken down. There we go, leaping on top of it. It gets really good. This army from WWD is actually, wait, Kree coming in from the backside. Really good flank going in, fully bracketing him in. And the Death March is doing a lot here, but this army, yeah, no, this is it. This is not a good fight. WWD gets bottom right side, thinking about taking the Stormgate, but this army of the Celestial now getting very aggressive, and you do have this Dark Fortress here. You do have Purify available, so that's nice, but you gotta be careful. There is a dragon on the field. In fact, there are 2 dragons on the field. Didn't even notice. That seems crazy. I didn't think there was one of it. Now 2 dragons are going to show up, apply miasma or apply a curse on top of everything. And this is just not a fight whatsoever. Arc Fortress sits on top. Actually, wait a minute. He's Kree right side. They're having a good time. We're seeing the pandemonium stacks go in, and we're just seeing the Kree get taken down. But they will explode at the very end with their dying light, and we'll take down the Dominara. But doesn't matter. WWD will fall down. Just that fight topside. Top of the map where it did not have Purify available. Broke his army way too much. Lock him in place and then get the Gaunt volley going. So it's very nice for harass.
A Stormgate will activate soon.
Come on, you have seismic slamming, don't use it. What the hell is this, MSRM? I was so excited. And what is this? This is not okay. Now, you do have to be careful because Cabals are here. They do have Gravity Flex available. So if they get in range, there's a Harbinger that's going to get slammed to the ground, and that's a lot of supply to lose. So there we go. Seismic slam down. And now, yep, that is going to be a lot of supply going down. MSRM, big army in the middle of the map. Couple Magmadons, bunch of brutes, some gaunts. All the upgrades are there. I guess Infernal Fury is not there just yet. I'm sorry. Infernal Fury is here. Obsidian Horde is not here just yet. The third base now under very heavy pressure. The arc fall. But now there's an interesting flank angle. I didn't quite see what it was. That's the Avatar Carnivex, certainly, but maybe there's, maybe it just got Soulforge. I don't know. But for now, Gravity Flux. This is a Magmadon that should get taken down. There we go, leaping on top of it. It gets really good. This army from WWD is actually, wait, Kree coming in from the backside. Really good flank going in, fully bracketing him in. And the Death March is doing a lot here, but this army, yeah, no, this is it. This is not a good fight. WWD gets bottom right side, thinking about taking the Stormgate, but this army of the Celestial now getting very aggressive, and you do have this Dark Fortress here. You do have Purify available, so that's nice, but you gotta be careful. There is a dragon on the field. In fact, there are 2 dragons on the field. Didn't even notice. That seems crazy. I didn't think there was one of it. Now 2 dragons are going to show up, apply miasma or apply a curse on top of everything, and this is just not a fight whatsoever. Arc Fortress sits on top. Actually, wait a minute. He's Kree right side. They're having a good time. We're seeing the pandemonium stacks go in, and we're just seeing the Kree get taken down. But they will explode at the very end with their dying light, and we'll take down the Dominara. But doesn't matter. WWD will fall down. Just that fight topside. Top of the map where it did not have Purify available. Broke his army way too much. Lock him in place and then get the Gaunt volley going. So it's very nice for harass.
A Stormgate will activate soon.
Come on, you have seismic slamming, don't use it. What the hell is this, MSRM? I was so excited. And what is this? This is not okay. I do have to be careful because Cabals are here. Welcome back. We do have, don't have a series action just yet. The bans are happening. Royal Gardens is going to be banned. Map number 1, Frostland removed. Remember, these are, wait, are these best of 5? Let me look at the rules. Semifinals, these are best of 5s. All right. And of course, as thanks for the 10 gifted subs, has said, Refresh and Kim is on Game Friends stream. So Stormwatch is going to be map number 1. We're going to see what else is, what's going to happen as we move on. Mystic Peak map 2. Interesting. Spotify, the app now is like when you mouse over it, it has, yes, you can go back, pause, go forward. It now has a, yes, this music you're listening to. I'm talking about like when you mouse over the program in the taskbar. Now as I like this song. Add the song that is currently playing to like songs, which is nice. It's an appreciated little bit of value. Bayou Koan. Cowan? I think it's technically Cowan. It just feels weird to say that because it is, I don't know. It sounds unaccented. Anyways, Bayou Cowan is going to be map 3. Yeah, like it's just like it's. I feel like Cowan or something. It feels like the A should be soft. But Bayou Cowan's map 3. So Stormwatch, Mystic Peak, Bayou. But that's not really. That's not really even a Virginia accent, right? We're talking Sector 9, map 4, Divided Oasis, map number 5. So we're gonna get map 1 getting started pretty soon. There's the lobby link, and we're ready to go. That's not even a Virginia. Like I could put on my Virginia country accent a little bit, where you just kind of got a little bit of a lilt and you chew your words. And Bayou Cowan. Bayou Cowan. Bless you, hot. Anyway, we're gonna move into game 1 here. MSRM and Mixu. Stormwatch is the first map. Just got on anything F your house. Oh, a lot of stuff. We got 2 semifinals and the grand finals. Still got, I don't know, 2-3 hours worth, 2.5, 3 hours worth of content remaining in the tank. There we go. Spawning the upper left in the blue here in the semifinals, the Infernal player, it's MSRM. And the bottom right in the red, the Celestial, it's Mixu. Which is pretty fun. We saw Mixu, he won against Ariel, had some very nice Argent Heaven Step micro to go hold on against the shenanigans. They truly were shenanigans of the double vector proxy. And of course, MSRM 2-0 WWD. And the cool thing about that, we saw plentiful Dominaria usage in the late game. He got his Death March going. We started to see some of the Pandemonium stacks start to go. And the Dominaria were very impactful. But one thing you learn, and we saw Mixu and Ariel saying this in chat, you cannot take a late game fight against Infernals without Purify ready to go. Without having a couple at the very least Arc Stations, if not Arc Fortresses, with your army. At the very least one. You gotta have at least one with your army to drop the Purify to remove a lot of the debuffs. Obviously, there will still be more, but if you can remove some of the Pandemonium stacks, if you can remove Death March from your opponent's army, these things are incredibly impactful to making sure that you're going to be able to go and handle the nonsense properly. Taking a lot of power out of your opponent's army. I think, and I didn't check this, I should have gone back and looked. I think there was double Elder Shrine at MSRM because the first fight the WWD lost, there were no dragons. And then the next fight, which was not 6 minutes later or 4 minutes later, whatever the cooldown is on, I think it's 120 seconds after Elder to get a single charge of your Mega Beast charge, whether it is going to be a dragon, whether it's going to be an incarnate. He had 2. And it was not 4 minutes later. So I don't know. It might have been. We're gonna have to pay attention to it this game. It was a very slow game, number one. To be clear, I think it might have been a double Elder Shrine just to get the 2 dragons out, which is really cool. Of course, you cannot soul forge the dragons. You cannot clone them. That was a very cool thing that you could do in Necrolite in the big release, but not anymore.
Dimensional rift detected. A Stormgate will.
By the way, I kind of like what I like what they've done. I forgot exactly when they did this, but they've done a lot of work on the Celestials in terms of we're probably never gonna get these true Celestial art rework, but the team colors show a little bit better now. And they do make the Argents look better. Now Argent's behind with that little yellow spot. It's a little weird. But from the front, at least, they look solid. So for now, first Stormgate is going to go onto the north side of the map, and that is something that Mixu, he should get this for free if he wants it. But for now, he's actually getting fairly aggressive. Kree Argent, of course, the Argents, they are empowered, but they do not have Heaven Step. And let's see what he can get done here. It's a couple Brutes, couple Gaunts. Was that? Six Gaunts, 3 Brutes. Don't know that you can bust through here necessarily, but he's going to try getting on top of the Tribute Pyre to start. That's nice. Will, in fact, supply block MSRM just a tiny bit. And now I guess we're going to back up and, go and take the Stormgate.
Enemy forces have begun to secure a Stormgate.
So Stormgate now. The first one doesn't really require a lot of damage. So Mixu moves in, put a little bit of pressure, forced some extra units out of MSRM that maybe he didn't want to spend, forced an extra Tribute Pyre, but at the end of the day, MSRM is very happy just rushing up to tier 3. In fact, the Blood Tree now getting started even before 5 minutes. We're going to have to see if he can go and withstand the power of the Faerun. That's a decent amount of healing into this army. You got Cabals as well to significantly reduce the DPS of this entire army, although not as much as if this was any other army, because, a decent percentage of the damage being done by these Gaunts, yeah, it's the splash damage, yes, the auto attack damage, but it's also in the curse. And that is not something, hello there, Skix. And that is not something that Debilitate really does all that much for. So we got all these Gaunts on the right side getting ready for, that's something. They're going to go and be able to kill this base off very quickly. Gaunts ready for the flank, hoping that MSRM is going to go react, and now diving into the natural. You'll love to see this. But unfortunately, they're going to trigger onto the Tribute Pyres, not move into the imp lines just yet. And now, left side, going to have to just run away, and that's where Debilitate is very strong. You slow them down, they cannot run. And these Kree, yeah, there we go. Now we're on top of the worker line, starting to get some significant damage done there. They killed Tribute Pyres as well, but not enough to supply block. And these Kree will eventually, the explosion's not quite gonna go. And hit the Gaunts in the way they would like, is now running the main base. Looking for like one more Whirly Bird, see if they can get some additional damage done. It's on a Fiend. Okay. But meanwhile, left side here attacking forward with the Debilitate, but on Shroud into this amount of stuff, I don't know that this is really worth doing. Now, you can force them off Shroud, and some of the Kree explosions are actually rather nice. The Kree continue to move in, getting this army separated, and Mixu taking a fairly good fight. Hey, game friend, thank you so much for the raid. As Mixu, I think he's got to run at this point. The army has been allowed to come back together, and yes, you do have these Kree, but Kree are not Carnivex. They're not particularly tanky. And they just continue to have to run, but Infernal Fury is a problem. It is slowing this army down, or just the Brutes are fast, one of the two. But the kind of cool thing about this is as you lose these Kree, unfortunately he's going to lose a Cabal as well. As you lose the Kree and you chase forward, you are kind of running through the Kree explosions. That's kind of cool. This Mixu is up on supply, but this army just, there's a lot of bulk to it, and this is just pure Conclave, or a pure Creation Chamber tech. So not really a lot, and actually a lot of this army stuck behind the Sim City, so that really is not what you're looking for, especially with this Magmadon. Now the Kree are gonna run forward. Magmadon spent its stomp, as we're gonna look for the second Stormgate. This one ideally goes to MSRM. He does have bonus damage into it. And with the FG going down, not the easiest thing to fight into. The brutes are empowered, the gaunts are empowered, so instead, Mixu, I want to say he's still on tier 1. Nothing in the main base, nothing in the natural. 3 base double arc ship. The Kree run forward, but we are seeing the power of these tribute pyres, not even as a defensive tool in that they kill these Kree, but they're very useful in that they go and they just soak up a lot of the aggro as these Kree will get taken down. That being said, MSRM 123 supply out of 80. He is heinously supply blocked, as it does look like the tier 2 reward was a Dark Throne. Shrine already getting kicked off on the right side. That's a very powerful thing. Getting a base for free is nice. Now, it used to be that you get a fully saturated base for free, and that was, shit was broken. Do we have the vision? We do not. No idea. MSRM has zero idea that there is now an Eon Gate going up in his main base. All of this is at the tier 1, by the way. No arc station, no arc fortress that oh, there. Okay, there's the arc station. So, and yeah, Eon Gate's tier 2 anyways, but Kree are looking to run in, and this arc station, as Eon Gate is ready to go, just gorging the entire army into the main base. Of course, the Elder Shrine is done. You'd love to kill that off before Dragon. This is actually a massive snipe. If you can kill this off before the Dragon goes out, that is a big deal. Of course, Obsidian Horde is on the way. That is nice. We're getting Dominari Mastery as well. But this army's running back home. Lots of Kree explosions right into this army. And now the Elder Shrine. 500 HP, but there's giving the Decisive Slam on top of everything. Mixu targets it down, takes it down, and now they're just gonna try to body block as much of this army from getting back in the Eon Gate, but it looks like a lot of this is getting evacuated. Even still, a lot of the army has gone down, but of course, now you go elsewhere onto the bottom side of the map. Second Seismic Slam. Magmadons are here. More damage ready to go. They're stunning everything up, but it's gonna get lifted up now. Even still, this army's so weak. And now it goes back in, goes back out. Pandemonium stacks causing problems. And this Eon Gate is gonna get taken down. Not getting the economic damage. They did snipe the main base. They delayed the Mega Monster. This army now feels pretty small, feels pretty slow, feels pretty weak. Oh wait, did I miss them trying to Mind Shackle Harbinger? Oof. If I did, that's unfortunate. I wish I could go and see what upgrades. Wish there was some way to see what upgrades existed on all units, but there we go. There's going to be the lift on the Dominari. It's not able to do what it wants to do. In fact, it's just going to go taken down. Box explodes in the sky, which is kind of fun. But that Dominari is dead. Now supplies are equal. The big saving grace here is now the Spriggans are out, and that does mean this arc ship should get taken down. Yeah, that's going to be a dead Eon Gate. It only works the once, but now tier 3 Stormgate will go the way of Mixu, and he gets bonus damage for this, takes it rather quickly. The big saving grace for MSRM is the fact that this base on the top side has not been scouted. Mixu has no idea that this was a Dark Throne for the second Stormgate, has no idea that this base is up here, and that is doing a very nice job of keeping MSRM back in this game, but now there's a deep one available. Of course, it does everything. Gives you high ground vision, 250 damage versus heavy. It is a very, very strong unit. And if you look at this, now there's a greater moving into Elder, just the one. So we did rebuild a shrine, but no imps on it for now. And now this base is going to get found out. So now the economic damage is starting to become a problem. The main base was killed off. A lot of the imps died in the process. Now also a ton of tribute pyres are going to get taken down. So again, big supply block. MSRM. This army though looks to cut everything off at the pass. Deep one leads the charge though. It's very tanky. This army has to fight. Magmadon stuns are going to start to go in, but half the army of Mixu not here, not ready to fight. Deep one. It's actually taken up quite a bit, but it's now dead. Full surround, full chaos here. And with no Purify available, the Death March, the Pandemonium stacks, all the stuns, everything is making life very, very hard for Mixu. Now, there is a bit of redeeming qualities. Certainly, we do have the Kree on the backside. Mixu was way too separated in that fight. He's going to tap out. Game 1 goes the way of MSRM. Kind of sad I missed the Mind Shackle on the Harbinger. Yeah, I did. Mixu's fine, I think, if he just doesn't like take a fight with half his army and get cut off as he tries to run home. It might have almost been worth it to go and bring an arc ship with that push onto the right side. I don't know if he was at tier 3 yet, but get to Celestial Hyperdrive, bring an arc ship with your army, and just build on wherever you're setting up and killing off objectives. Just bring an Eon Gate there so you can get out very quickly. Yeah, he did. Need to switch to higher 2 tech as well. I'm with you, Ariel. Pandemonium does a lot. Death March as well. These Dominari, they're pretty good units. Of course, we're just waiting for Mixu to pop into game number 2. Ariel, are you saying the 10 Gaunts and a Dominari beats 20 Lancers? You tested that one? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. I mean, tier 3 tech. Dominari, really good. The damage amp is significant. Of course, they're expensive. And you got to get up to all 3 upgrades. But Dominari Adept training, Mastery training. Let me look at the patch notes again. One of them had their research time cut in half. Wait, I thought Pandemonium was just a Adept training Death Marches from 60 to 30. I thought Pandemonium was it was a damage debuff. I didn't, it amps the damage things attacking it. I forgot about that. Always coffee, or always T0. I'm not a big coffee person. I need to remind myself what Pandemonium does. Anyways, we're gonna move into game number 2. Bottom left in the blue, up a game. Playing this very late game macro focus style. It's MSRM, top right in the red. It's Mixu. All right, so last I saw, Pandemonium was, yes, a stacking debuff that does damage. Now, Pandemonium, are you telling me now Pandemonium is a... Oh, Pandemonium Rebirth, unleash the dark energy, blah, blah, blah. Enemy units caught in this wave take 25 plus 25 versus heavy damage and gain a chaos mark. Units attacks and Pandemonium chaos mark. Each time an allied unit deals damage to a target with chaos mark, it takes 2 plus 2 heavy damage. And the allied unit heals for 2 HP. Yes, okay. So it does 50 damage to heavy just for hitting. And then all other units do an additional 4 damage to heavy, 2 versus everything else, and heal for 2/4 damage. Yeah, that's very strong. Peter Fox, exclamation mark B, not B exclamation mark. That'll give you the bracket link. We are in the semifinals. Mixu Data Map versus MSRM. That's game number 2. We're gonna open with a little scanner, dude. Never have I wanted to go follow a unit. Control Shift F. Wouldn't be beautiful if it worked, but it does not. So we got a manually follow this scanner as it runs across the map and scouts around. Now, what Mixu's been doing is in these early games when they're really not a lot of units, especially in these kind of shrine first place, you run in, you go around, you hit something with your 1 damage scanner attack. Just for the hell of it. Sure, he hit the vault. He poked it. Back to 1,000 HP. It heals on Shroud. It's fine. It's gonna attack this thing 50 times. Look at that. It's taking the effort. You're doing such a good job, little scanner dude. Now we run away. I love me some scanners. They spark so much joy. They are truly just a scouting unit, but oh, they spark so much. Now imagine if this is what had been what scouts were. Yes, we do like negligible damage, but we scout and I would have been fine with that. That would have been great. Instead, we're like, yes, also we're going to kill all of your workers. Thank you very much. And then they had to get nerf hammered when they should have just been a cute little scouty boy. 1 damage. For now, the first Stormgate. This is one that actually does favor MSRM quite a bit. It's very close to where he's taking his 3rd base. How are we already in the semifinals? Early tournament today? Yeah, we started at 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central. So I've been live for just about 2 hours now. We're already in the semifinals. As a Gaunt's gonna go down, but of course, you got Soulbrand Chakrams. So this is not really fightable, and it is interesting to see MSRM play a little bit more aggressive style. This is, of course, Mystic Peak is a smaller map, and he's going to go take advantage of that. Will claim the first Stormgate in this game. He's going to get himself a Soul Forge, maybe. Let's see exactly what he wants to clone. This might be for tier 2. I don't know if we have... Yeah, Greater Shrine is just about done. So I wouldn't be surprised to see him just try to go and clone a Magmanon or something. Mixu's been playing Celestials fairly recently. Ismo. If you're looking for some Vanguard, that'll be the next series. Refresh is playing Ruskov. Although he might also be playing Celestials. I know he's been doing... I think I saw that he was playing a little bit more Celestial in the PTR, so... That might be it. I don't know. For now, 3rd base on the way. Construction or collection array is done, but of course we don't have tons of prisms on that just yet. But Cabal's getting added in. And we still are kind of on this tier 1 tech. Tier 1.5. You do need the Guardian Nexus for the Cabals, but no tier 2, no tier 3, and that has been. I think my biggest complaint with how Mixu has been playing this is he really has been locked on early game tech, and I think that hurts him just considering how aggressively... Wait, were Soulbrand Chakrams not done until that fight? Oh, no, sorry, that's Reaper's Rush that just completed. It does feel that Mixu stays on low tech a little bit too long, given how defensively turtled we are seeing MSRM play. We'll see. How this is going to work out is now just, yeah, there we go. We're going to take the webways right back home. Drop doesn't really do much. It does keep Mixu at home and does force him to do that, but now we're going to run in, run out. A little surprised we haven't cloned something because you can't really clone tier 3 units. So I'm not sure what we're waiting on. But now we're gonna get a 4th base on the way. This is kind of a slow early game, all things considered. And there we go. All right, Legion Hall on the way. Mixu is starting to develop his tech just a little bit more. Oh, clone unit has 127. I missed that. WWD clone unit has a 120-second time to life.
Dimensional rift detected.
It looks like the prisms. I don't know how many were on there. It gets a couple prisms. But now, any Cabals in the vicinity, anything getting in cast range, it's gonna ground it. Oh yeah, there it goes. Nearest to ground, but a little bit too far away. So not actually gonna be able to go take the down, but second Stormgate now. This is something worth fighting over. Mixu, he's up 20 supply. He's got a pretty impactful army. He's got these Carnifexes, He's got tier 2 Cabals. It's a decent army, and he does bonus damage with the Stormgate. So you got to be a little careful as MSRM is joining this fight. But there we go. Tier 2 Stormgate is going to go into Mixu's hands. Don't know what he's going to go for just yet. Okay. Oh, Sky Hunters actually really like this. This should be very impactful against the Harbingers. He's going to go look for the stun, slams that down, and now Mixu's army, where is it going to be? Gets on top, looks for mind control, not going to find it. Even still, that's going to be a dead Harbinger, but now the Infernal Fury causing a problem. This army has to run, and half the army wasn't really there. This army, all these Kree left side looking for harass, but they're not going to find it just yet. And now this extra base for Mixu, this 5th base, it just should, yeah, the Arc ship not gonna go down just yet. Good debilitate on top of everything, but it's not, we just gotta buy some time. So we're gonna lift up the Magmadon. Collection Array is gonna come under fire, but you're just waiting for the Kree harass, the Kree flank to get on top of the reinforcements. That's a very nice move as we lift up the Magmadon, fighting retreat. The Kree are gonna start to join, go for the big flanks around on the backside very, very soon. Hellborn certainly should go down, and now there you go. Full surround on top of everything, big splash damage coming in. This army for MSRM is getting evaporated here. This was so well done from Mixu. Just taking the fighting retreat. Good, really good gravity fluxes, keeping units up in the air. That could have been a disaster. Mixu had his entire army on the left side, or his entire Kree ball on the left side, sitting there going for a run by. But he just had to buy time to wait for the Kree to go, and instead it was just a massive flank. And oh, by the way, you notice anything interesting here? There's a Magmadon that has been stolen. It has been mind shackled. Mixu has been able to steal a Magmadon. Now we're getting up to tier 3 Animancers as well. They already have Dark Prophecy, but now they're going to go Unseen Veil as well. We got Archangel Tech getting started here. This is a very powerful late game Celestial army. And I do like this, that we are starting to see Mixu able to afford tier 3 tech. Yep, Mind Shackle is permanent. Isma, you cannot system shock it. There's nothing to purge. You just own the unit. It's not broken. You can run the unit away from being Mind Shackled. It does have a maximum range. You can stun the Cabal. It's just a bit of an awkward position to take a fight into. So we're going to see Mixu go as big pandemonium applied to everything there. And that is an army that just has to run. The bonus damage versus heavy is significant. As the Dominari continue to go apply pandemonium. Thinking about maybe taking a fight anyways, but these seismic slams make it, or potential slams make it really hard. One goes down. Second one not really going to land as the Dark Prophecy now slowing this army down just a little bit as the free Magmadon is going to get taken down. Another slam goes, and now it feels like we've got to take the fight. Look at the Prophecy. Oh my goodness. The Prophecies there are causing so many problems. But without any Purify, it's still really hard. Just mass pandemonium applied to everything. Mixu doesn't really feel like he can take a fight right now. His Arc 4 just now arriving. It's just way too late, but that's a big but. The Prophecy's buying a lot of space. Even still, Mixu's army evaporating here. Getting swallowed whole by the pandemonium. Now he's gonna go get on top of the Dominari. Taking those down is very useful. The Prophecies as well. This army is just so tanky, and the slow's not really there anymore from the Dark Prophecy. So MSRM is just running straight through, and the power of the double seismic slam really forcing the army into fight. And without the Purifies, it's just not really a possible fight whatsoever. But yeah, this is over. Yes, there was another Mind Shackle. Yes, there was another free Magmadon. We're just not seeing the Purifies go down where they need to be. And that means that Mixu's not tapped out just yet, but there we go. Gonna tap out now. MSRM takes game 2. Yeah, I'm not seeing the pandemonium projectile go out. I'm seeing it apply to the units, but I'm not seeing the pandemonium. But yeah, I think you do need sabers. You need Archangels are heavy though. What does what unit actually do, Mixu? Geminari. So its basic ability is called Pandemonium. Yeah. So it does 25 damage plus 25 versus heavy to everything caught in the Pandemonium. And then every unit while that's applied does 2 damage plus an additional 2 if it's heavy, and then life steals for that amount. Death March also does damage to the infernal units. So you Pandemonium, you Death March, you hope they life steal up off everything. It's a very strong combination. But you absolutely need Purify. Well, Ariel, it's 2 HP per hit plus 2 versus heavy. So it's they life steal 100% of the damage they do from the Pandemonium debuff. And not the last patch, Ariel, the second to last patch. We're just waiting for lobby 3. Hate how hard it is to snipe casters in Stormgate. Please don't snipe me, WWD. Please no sniping. Yeah, you need 2 to 3 arc stations just with your army for the Purify. Sorry, other type of casters. Please don't snipe Rushy. That would also be very mean. But you know, it's you can do it. I wish Animancers are in a weird spot because on the one hand they have this Dark Prophecy. It's kind of like a storm. They have this Unseen Veil, but they're also kind of billed as an anti-caster tool. Where they can go and they can suck the energy out of units. And it's like, okay, that seems really useful, but you never see, I've seen them like twice be really impactful in the, with their basic energy suck ability. But it's not particularly long range. So, and you want your Animancers at the back until they cast a Prophecy. So it's just not great. Like, I think it would be really cool counterplay. But unfortunately, it's not. I've seen them really effectively used against Weavers once. You don't really, that's what I'm saying, WD. My bigger point is, okay, you want to go and remove energy from medtech. You don't want your Animancers at the front. You want them to be behind because you want to make sure they just get their prophecies off and that's it. For now, though, we're going to move into game number 3 and away we go. So now Mixu knows what Pandemonium does. We're going to have to see how he plays around it a little bit. He's been told, yeah, you know what? You got to have a couple arc stations with your army at all times. You need those Purifies. Otherwise, Pandemonium spam is going to cause significant problems. Now, what I was a little surprised by is I could have sworn that there was a nice big like particle effect for Pandemonium applying. And I was not seeing that in these first 2 games. Now, I don't know if I'm just missing it. I don't know if it's a graphic setting thing. I don't know if it just really blends into Shroud, but for now, Mix is looking for a reverse sweep. I do think he missed his timing. I think he had a great opportunity to kill MSRM after he won the fight on the red side. Obviously, never a guarantee, but I think he had a great opportunity. This map has a 7. Is it truly 70 seconds? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. BeoMulf is a big map. Biggest map in the entire pool. So, you know, we talk about MSRM playing late game. This is a map to play late game on. This is a map to just turtle up. You get 3 bases pretty easily. The 3rd base is more exposed. And you can cut down these destructible terrain in the middle, or shorten your rush distance a decent amount. I'm not sure by how much, but a decent amount. Even still, I mean, it is a big map. It is a long rush distance. Yeah, Mixu became passive after that, and MSRM caught up. I think you just got to go pedal to the metal on that. I agree. Like, that gets some sabers probably as well. Do players have vision of the disruptibles? You mean like in terms of being able to see if they are being... All right. Is this an observer bug? There's got to be an observer bug. Yeah, okay. I'm like, what is this destructible building producing? It's a very good question. I don't have an answer for you. But you cannot see... you can get vision of it, but they don't for right now. So instead, we saw Mixu go. He charged up a lot of his Argents on the destructible terrain, and now pressure is going to commence.
Dimensional rift detected. A Stormgate will activate soon.
Yeah, no, there's no vision. It does kind of look like it, but this vision that it gives around itself is for itself. It's a neutral third party. Is now going and hopping into the Void Heart Shrine. Actually, really nice for these Argents. It's going to get him 3 empowered shots and back up to pretty decent energy at the start. So this is going to be a rather nice little army in the middle as this Arc Ship getting aggressive Arc Ship as well. So now the Argents, they would love to take this fight against the Brute if possible. That'd be really nice. But now we're going to see okay, Graceline Node's on the way. There's an aggressive Mixu running forward. Good old Argent rush. Only on, it's a 2-base Argent tech. Lots of Argents moving onto the other side of the map. Guardian Nexus is done. I'm not really seeing him go and engage in anything just yet. More chambers on the way. Graceline Node's on the high ground. There's a very powerful push window. Yes, half the production. More so. Half the production, 60% of it is on the other side of the map, but 20 or 40% of it is here. You have these Graceline Nodes for healing, and this is potentially scary. You're going to be able to reinforce some Cabal straight into the fights as well. It's going to be really interesting to see how this one works out. It's a good concave as Mixu delegates a couple units to go try to claim the Stormgate, and this is the opportunity with Infernal Fury down. This is not it. This is not a good fight. Cabal's trying to reinforce into the armies. We will see an Energizer node giving a little bit more energy, but the nodes are going to go get taken down, and now Infernal Fury, you're on Shroud. You get bonus attack speed. Even still, the effigy's going to get taken down. More nodes are here, and you do have to be careful. This position, not the easiest one, but good concaves. Graceline nodes causing some problems, and now there is... MSRM has left the game. I think MSRM crashed, which is really unfortunate. All right. I think we crashed. I think MSRM crashed there. There's... Mixu saying it's over. Now, I'm not sure if he's saying he lost or MSRM lost. I think MSRM is in a good spot to hold. Mixu left. I saw MSRM leave. Oh, Mixu left? Weird. Mixu Alt F4. Okay, so Mixu game is over. Mixu has left. MSRM has 3-0'd, which means that this game is over. Mixu, 3rd, 4th place. MSRM into the finals. Which means we're going to have a second series coming up soon. Ruskov versus Refresh. This is Mixu MSRM 124. All right, we're going to run some highlights as I get this second series ready to go. See y'all soon. And let's see what he can get done here. It's a couple brutes, couple gaunts. What was that? Six gaunts, 3 brutes. Don't know that you can bust through here necessarily, but he's going to try getting on top of the tribute pyre to start. That's nice. Will, in fact, supply block MSRM just, and that is not something that Debilitate really does all that much for. So we got all these gaunts right side getting ready for, that's something. They're going to go and be able to kill this base off very quickly. Gaunts ready for the flank, hoping that MSRM is going to go react, and now diving into the natural. You'll love to see this, but unfortunately, they're going to trigger onto the tribute pyres, not move into the left side. Going to have to just run away, and that's where Debilitate is very strong. You slow them down, they cannot run. And these Creed, yeah, there we go. Now we're on top of the worker line, starting to get some significant damage done there. They killed tribute pyres as well, but not enough to supply block. And these Creed will eventually, the explosion's not quite gonna go. And hit the additional damage done. It's on a fiend. Okay. But I mean, meanwhile, left side here attacking forward with the Debilitate, but on Shroud into this amount of stuff, I don't know that this is really worth doing. Now, you can force him off Shroud, and some of the Kree explosions are actually rather nice. The Kree continue to move in, getting this army down, or just the brutes are fast, one of the two. But the kind of cool thing about this is as you lose these Kree, unfortunately, he's going to lose a Cabal as well. As you lose the Kree and you chase forward, you are kind of running through the Kree explosions. That's kind of cool. This Mixu is up on supply, but this army just pure conclave or a pure creation chamber attack. So not really a lot, and actually a lot of this army stuck behind the Sim City, so that really is not what you're looking for, especially with this Magmadon. Now the Kree are going to run forward. Magmadon, 3 base double arcs if the Kree run forward, but we are seeing the power of these tribute pyres, not even as a defensive tool in that they kill these Kree, but they're very useful in that they go and they just soak up a lot of the aggro as these Kree will get taken down. That being said, army's running back home. Lots of Kree explosions right into this army, and now the Elder Shrine, 500 HP, but there's giving the size slam on top of everything. Mixu targets it down, takes it down, and now they're just gonna try to body block as much of this army from getting back in the Aeon Gate, but it looks like a lot of this is getting evacuated. Even still, a lot of the army has gone down, but of course, now you go elsewhere onto the bottom side of the map. Second seismic slam. Magmadons are here. More damage ready to go. They're stunning everything up. It's going to get lifted up now. Even still, this army's so weak. And now it goes back in, goes back out. Pandemonium stacks causing problems. Sorry, it's not able to do what it wants to do. In fact, it's going to go taken down. Box explodes in the sky, which is kind of fun. But that Dominari is dead. Now supplies are equal. The big saving grace here, as now the Spriggans are out, and that does mean this arc ship should get taken down. Yeah, that's going to be a dead Eon Gate. The one. So we did rebuild a shrine, but no imps on it for now. And now this base is going to get found out. So now the economic damage is starting to become a problem. The main base was killed off. A lot of the imps died in the process. Now also a ton of tribute pyres are going to get taken down. So again, available, the death marks, the pandemonium stacks, all the stuns, everything is making life very, very hard for Mixu. Now there is a bit of redeeming qualities. Certainly we do have Victory on the backside. Mixu was way too separated in that fight. He's going to tap out. Game 1 goes the way of MSRM. It's very close to where he's taking his 3rd base. How are we already in the semifinals? Early tournament today? Yeah, we started at 9 a.m. Eastern, 8 a.m. Central. So I've been live for just about 2 hours now. We're already in the semifinals as a Gaunt's going to go down, but of course, defensively turtled, we are seeing MSRM play. We'll see how this is going to work out. Is now just, yeah, there we go. We're going to take the webways right back home. Drop doesn't really do much. It does keep Mixu at home and does force him to do that, but now we're going to run in, run out. little surprised we haven't cloned something because
Rift detected.
it looks like the prisms. I don't know how many were on there. It gets a couple prisms. But now, any cabals in the vicinity, anything getting in cast range, it's gonna ground it. Oh yeah, there it goes. Nearest to ground, but a little bit too far away. So worth fighting over. Mixu, he's up 20 supply. He's got a pretty impactful army. He's got these Carnifexes. He's got tier 2 Cabals. This is a decent army, and he does bonus damage with the Stormgate. So you got to be a little careful as MSRM is joining this fight. But there we go. Tier 2 Stormgate is going to go like this. This should be very impactful against the Harbingers. He's going to go look for the stun, slams that down, and now Mixu's army, where is it going to be? Gets on top, looks for mind control, not going to find it. Even still, that's going to be a dead Harbinger, but now the Infernal Fury causing a problem. This army has to run for Mixu, this 5th base. It just, yeah, the Arc Ship not going to go down just yet. Good debilitate on top of everything, but it's not. We just got to buy some time. So we're going to lift up the Magmadon. Collection Array is going to come under fire, but you're just waiting for the Kree harass, the Kree flank to get on top of the reinforcements. That very nice move as we lift up the Magmadon, fighting retreat. And the Kree are going to start to join, go for the big flanks around on the backside very, very soon. Hellborn certainly should go down. And now there you go. Full surround on top of everything. Big splash damage coming in. This army for MSRM is getting evaporated here. This was, or a potential slam is making it really hard. One goes down. Second one not really gonna land as the Dark Prophecy now slowing this army down just a little bit as the free Magmadon is gonna get taken out. Another slam goes, and now it feels like we gotta take the fight. Look at the Prophecy. Oh my goodness. The prophecies there are causing a lot of space. Even still, Mixu's army evaporating here. Getting swallowed whole by the Pandemonium. Now he's going to go get on top of the Dominari. Taking those down is very useful. The prophecies as well. This army is just so tanky, and the slow's not tackle. Yes, there was another free Magmadon. We're just not seeing the Purifies go down where they need to be. And that means that Mixu's not tapped out just yet, but there we go. Gonna tap out now. MSRM takes game 2. And let's see what he can get done here. It's a couple brutes, couple gaunts. Was that six gaunts, 3 brutes? Don't know that you can bust through here necessarily, but he's gonna try getting on top of the tribute pyre to start. That's nice. Welcome back, friends. I'm making a lobby right now, but we have a second semifinals here ready to go. It is Refresh versus Ruskov. There we go. I have the lobby code. We're going to go put it in, and there we go. All right. But yes, there's another tournament next week. That is the end of the Ariel Stormgate Cup circuit. It's a fairly big prize pool. Yeah, the final 2 slots of the ASC Grand Finals. What's the prize pool up to for the finals right now, Ariel? It's significant. It's, what is it, like nearly $1,000? Like it's over 750, I think. $700. Yep. And we're gonna be running a match arena over there the entire time. It has been Ariel has been taking some of the money from every cup that has been run. Sorry. From every cup that has been run and putting it towards the finals. So it's a beefy pool. Very exciting, as unfortunately 2 players that qualified were not able to make it next weekend. So 2 slots are available. People can qualify. So our players are ready to go. Vanguard versus Infernals here in this game number 1 of our second semifinals. Ruskov, hard grinding, level 53 on the PTR. Of course, Refresh. Long been the best Vanguard, certainly in Korea, often in the world. I'm excited for this one. We're going to find out what's going to happen. As game 1, actually, hit the recording button. There we go. As game 1 is ready to go. Spawning on the bottom side of the map in the blue, the Infernal player. It's Ruskov. The upper right in the red from Korea. The Vanguard player, it's Refresh. Welcome in, simple to pick up. And yeah, Noveastar doing a great job putting $100 towards the tournament, seeding the prize pool, and organizing it in the first place. It is not small work to go and organize a tournament, get everyone together, do the adminning. So we do appreciate significantly. So we're gonna see command posts first out here from Refresh. Of course, command posts in the most recent patch that went live last night. Last night at like 10 p.m. my time. Now it means the command posts, they give 12 supply, not 10. Which did feel like a very, I'm not quite sure exactly where the targeting is, but that felt like a very targeted buff. So we're gonna have to see exactly where you go, as I think Ruskov just crashed. So we're gonna have to remake this game number 1. Ruskov has left the game. We will be back. That is a very efficient command post position though. Oh, what is I can't remember what Ruskov's actual can't remember what his Discord username is. What's my favorite race right now in Stormgate? Simple to pick up. I still really like Infernals, especially with the addition of the yeah, it's a super imba spot. There we go. At Ideal. There he is. Thank you. All look good. Yeah, I like Infernals. That's pretty much what I've been playing at through the entirety of it. But especially with the new caster, right? With the Dominari that they added about a month ago with the community PTR. I think they're really cool. I have a lot of fun with them. Also, now that Seismic Slam is like my favorite thing. It might be technically broken. It might be fundamentally broken, but bringing flanking harbingers in from somewhere, stunning out the entire army, disgorging brutes into the back line, or Magbodons stunning through, or flaming imps. That's really cool. I really like that kind of tactical ability that you have. And of course, there is counterplay. You can snipe it down. Hornets are good for that. You do have gravity flux. It's not just uncounterable, but it is very strong. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs. No, Senegal crashed, so we're redoing it. He's restarting his computer. We're getting back into things fairly just as soon as the computer comes back up. We didn't see anything anyways, or nothing was really revealed, so we're not missing it. It's not like there's, yes, here's the crazy strategy in game number 1. Yeah, I know, you're good. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs. Of course, this is our second semifinals. After this, there's a best of 7 grand finals. MSRM already waiting there. Honestly, either of these two would give us a really cool matchup. All right, now, game 2, part 2, or game 1, part 2. No battle for third. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs. Once again, we go into game number 1. Bottom left side of the map in the blue from Korea, the Vanguard player, who has been probably the best Vanguard player consistently over the last couple years now. It's Refresh. And top side of the map in the red, the Infernal player. It's Ruskov. Very interested to see how this is gonna go. They made some big changes to Lancers. Now Lancers, I want to say it's Mitigative Guard or was it kinetic redirect? I gotta look at the patch notes. One of their upgrades is now 60 seconds instead of 90, which is a big deal. Generally kind of across the board, Hedgehogs got nerfed, but a lot of the other components of Vanguard got buffed. Yeah, kinetic redirection. Oh, no, I'm sorry. It was reverted back to 90 seconds. Okay, so it's been nerfed a little bit there. But wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong one. It went back to 60. It was reverted and it was reverted again. Okay. Down to 60. 60-second time on kinetic redirection. Hogs have been nerfed a little bit. Sentry posts are better. Command posts now give you 12 supply instead of 10. So very targeted buff. Not quite sure why. Oh, interesting. So it looks like this is something, we had a regame. Okay, if you're watching this on YouTube. And there's a spot right here that you can put your command post in, if you get it down there fast enough before the Therium starts to expand. And I guess you can't do it on the bottom side? Also not seeing Ruskov attempt the same thing. Maybe he didn't see it, maybe he doesn't know, I don't know. But there is a spot, you can build a command post. You can get a town hall down like right here. At least we saw that last game. And it's an OP spot. It puts you right next to Therium. It amps your Therium mining quite significantly. Yeah, it might be RNG if Therium blocks it or not. I truly don't know. I've never seen it before. We just saw it in game number 1. It's an OP spot if you get it. Sounds like we're going to go and Ariel's going to go and check it out. We're going to get some information on that one fairly soon. As a quick third base coming out of Refresh here, playing very macro focused. First Lancer running across the map, looking for the scout. Is the third base now underway? Nice thing about this, you got this reasonably timed, whereas this Lancer pops out, so the Fiend's not really going to be able to get much done. He's got this timed out enough that he is not going to have to go and build a habitat for quite a while. Getting up to 24 supply, then you go and you build 3 barracks, so you don't really, you're spending your money that way, you're not banking it up. You get an additional 12 supply from this third base, and then you're going to start to think about having to build some habitats. But it is a nice, efficient opener. It's why going Shrine first is so nice, actually, as an Infernal as well as, we're at, oh, this is actually kind of cool. I didn't notice this. This is just a very much a Hexen opening out of Ruskov. No gaunts, nothing like that, just getting Forsaken Traps out very early, and this is powerful. These early game armies out of Refresh, it does not give you the most effective offensive power as a Ruskov. There is some channel time. You do have to, it takes a second to get Forsaken Traps up, but if you can set up into a position, Forsaken Traps, they do a lot of damage.
Enemy forces have begun to secure a storm.
Yeah, 2-1 fast traps. Yep, well, Ariel, you are correct because traps are done. There's now the couple Lancers here looking to poke around just a little bit. They're gonna try to, yeah, they're gonna get the effigy at the very least, as more and more Exos getting added into this fight as well. But unfortunately for Stormgate will go to Ruskov. Refresh is not gonna be able to quite get there in time. Now the Hexen numbers, they're starting to grow. What are we at? 4 or 5 Hexen on the field, and then with this, with the Stormgate, with the Creeping Horror as well, you're going to look to pin Refresh back. Quick Draw Hustle is on the way, but it's not here just yet. This army is okay, but not nearly as strong as it might otherwise be. Now we're going to start to see some Sentry Posts go down. Remember, they were buffed. Now a 50-second build time instead of the intended 55-second build time, an actual 60-second build time. So they are 10 seconds faster. They should be, he's not power building this, but it looks like it should be able to get up in time. Yep, Skull is also quite, the Skull slow is also really strong. It's what, it's a 40% slow, I think. But this Lancer run by causing some problems, getting on top of, well, there's a trap. That's a decent amount of damage that is being applied here. But, of course, no Soul Brand Chakrams, no Reaper Rush. It's going to take a while. And these Lancers, actually, just the 2 of them doing a very nice job of forcing a lot of this army back. But, of course, as we can see, traps all over the place. And actually, I think this is a visual bug? Oh no, these are 2 stack traps. So that's a lot of damage. And this is very much something where Refresh is going to want to be able, yeah, okay, there we go. I was like, you want some scouts. You need detectors with this army. I'm surprised he's getting this many. Actually, scouts just kind of evaporate to Soulbrand and the Chakrams, and then just kind of give a bunch of fiends over your opponent. You want a couple. You do want to make sure you have that detection, but 5 scouts might be a little bit too much. I don't know. We're going to see Medtech for now. They're ready to go. Miasma now on the way. I think, yeah, this Exo barely going to stay alive, not going to go down to the trap. But now the scouts are here, and the nice thing, maybe 5 is the number where you just go. It's based on RNG. The Therium blocks it sometimes doesn't on others. But now the traps, they're going to get sniped down here. Of course, you have the Howl, which means you can see up high ground. You can see a little bit further. Skull gets sniped down, and now we're in this situation where this army is still probably good enough. On the high ground, with the Creeping Horror, with the Hellforge, they're going to be fine. And actually now, especially with the Medtechs. Medtech Exo, you get to do the dance. What's the purple thing next to resources? Didn't remove the big abilities. They did. They just never removed it from the observer bar. And I don't know. It's just low on the priority list. I don't know if the community people even have the ability to on the community patch. It might be something to do eventually. But yeah, this is only relevant for Celestials that still have power that informs whether they can build or not. And this is an interesting concave getting set up here. Refresh does have quick draw. We'll see one gaunt maybe targeted down, and traps are going to try to get started here.
A Stormgate has appeared.
And this is where they're really scary. Yes, if you're in the open field, traps, whatever. You can target them down, you got Howl. But if you're in the middle of a fight, it's hard to make sure you target them down in time, as now the Stormgate. Remember, tier 1 went to Ruskov, so bonus damage for Refresh is now Miasma starts to get dropped. And that's just a position you got to fight into. Refresh, Av's army trying to go steal the Stormgate kite away. It's not really going to be able to do too much just yet. Looking to the flank angle, though. Army moves up left side. Vulcans are here now. It's a scary army. Miasma, though, going to block off the X's bottom side. Do not want to run through that. So this army on the high ground, as we will see the sensor drone go up, give a little bit of vision, gets targeted down. This is a scary situation here. Refresh is doing a really nice job of bracking the army, and Kite's north side now moves bottom side. And yes, there is a bit of mass curse being applied to the Vulcans. Now they're starting to go get their damage done. Now, okay, Miasma is going to be able to kill off a lot of this army. North side of the map, north side of the fight. But System Shock purges it away, gets out of there. And now we're going to start seeing these Vulcans. They're getting targeted down with the Hellborn. Not just enough as the Evac runs forward. It's just giving vision on top of everything. Maybe there's a quick pickup left side if you want to. But really, the Evac just lets you know what's happening. This army fights. Unfortunately, fighting the Stormgate and the army at the same time. But even still, the Stormgate, the damage is there. So there's no world. Yeah, Refresh is going to be able to claim this one. And now the Evac here getting healed right back up. It can just go quick pickup, move the Vulcan around. Not choosing a Stormgate just yet. Sky Hunters are going to be the play. And this fight looks relatively even, but if you look at the supply, it's not. 195 to 95. And now another extra base on the way. Oh, apparently it is going to get removed from the UI soon. Awesome, Ariel. Now, not only are we sitting here with the Evac, got Sentinels on the way. It is another detector, which is really nice. Gives you an opportunity to snipe the skulls, to snipe everything else. And now Atlas is on this army as well. We're going to see this Hellborn locked into the stasis trap. Now it's going to get targeted, or the stasis throne. That's going to get targeted down. Hellborn dies. This Atlas looking for a nice high ground position. Of course, we do have anti-air stuff now. We are on triple Twilight Spire. But it doesn't seem like there's going to be all that much. Now the skull moves in. We're trying to go burst some stuff down, but the Atlas on the high ground. Exos as well doing a very nice job just boosting up on where the Shadow Flyers are coming from. So no real good solution. Not really to this Evac. It's now 4 Atlas. They're on the field. Spriggans are going to get targeted down. Skulls, they're a problem. But certainly you do have this Sentinel. It is giving you enough detection to mostly handle it, but now one of the Atlases is falling down. But Ruskov, 245, 250 supply to 100. He is very dead. Game 1 goes the way of Refresh. Van Bio is still nasty, tons of free poke, and before you know it, 80 supply lead. That was just a really awkward fight. Was the long and short of it. You're sitting there, you're bracketed in, Refresh doing a very nice job on the multitasking, and Ruskov just getting poked and poked away. It's one of those things you just kind of gotta commit to it. You see 4 Atlases. We're not GG 4 Atlases, but if you see 4 Atlases and you don't have answers. Hey, Japanox. How are you? Yeah, Refresh played that really well versus the Miasma. Hello there. I'm assuming this is why am I? Hello there, Frostshine Studios. How you doing? How you doing, Gob? I'm assuming this is Gobsmack, so hello. From YouTube, no less. We're now gonna move into game number 2, Bayou Cowan. It's gonna be mapped the longest rush distance in the pool, 70 seconds. I'd argue that Vanguard is superb in awkward fights. One thing, it's a balance issue, just watching it makes me a hater. I mean, if you're gonna move onto a high ground with 3 different, and just give yourself the surround, that's just not good positioning for yourself. Yes, observer camera zoom out feature has been added. It's just with your scroll wheel. There's no Z shift Z like there's in StarCraft. You just, as an observer, get to zoom out more than if you were in you're in 1v1. We're gonna move into game 2 though. Refresh up a map in the semis. But yeah, look, Japanox, this is your standard zoom. We can go this far out. Anyways, we're gonna move on. This now is, oh, you can press home. Honestly, I'm not sure what button on my keyboard is the home button, because I have custom keycaps, and I never use home. Sorry if the screen's froze for a second. I hit the print screen button, which is, there we go. Found it. EDL is home. I guess that makes sense. I have a custom NASA themed keycaps. All the special buttons are, in fact, you know, entry, descent, and landing, RCS, reaction control system, auxiliary. There's apex, descent, cest, dest. Transmit is actually shift. Godspeed is enter. It's the Godspeed keycap set. It's awesome. Zoomed in looks great too. You can see all the details. But like for big fights, being able to see all this stuff at once is very nice. MSRM, that's what I did. Which is why the screen potentially froze up for just a second. Because I don't know if it did for you all, but I accidentally hit the print screen button. Yeah, not great. We can zoom out and go entry, descent, landing, right back home. So, game number 1, we saw a very awkward fight on the high ground right outside of Refresh's base. He punished it hard, and then Ruskov just lost way too much supply. See how this goes. This one Fiend's trying to be annoying. Delay the third base as much as possible, but Refresh is going to be able to get it down. Now, of course, this high ground third base, this is one of those. Yeah, you actually don't get Therium type of bases, type beats, but it is your third base, and you do have 2 Therium patches. So by the time you need 3 Therium, you're probably going to have this base. There we go. This base anyways. Not that big of a deal. Still answer's gonna show up saying, yes, there's a base there. Okay. We're gonna run away. But this, of course, is a very slow map. 70 seconds natural to natural on the rush distance, which is just kind of insane. Over a minute from natural to natural. Of course, you cut down the rocks. It's a little bit better, but it just takes a long time. So we're gonna see 3-4 bases get set up here, macroing up to tier 2, whatever it is that you want. But again, just kind of a slow game to start. Now, the first Stormgate will pop. Just about, there we go. First Stormgate. now available. A couple Lancers are here. They're going to start to poke at it. Brutes are going to go contest. I don't know how much Refresh. Yeah, Refresh is just going for a 4th base, so I don't really think he's going to commit too much into this. Quick Draw is done. But I think just so you have the early game power of the Infernals, maybe just a little bit too much. I'm so used to watching Stormgate at screen size less than full screen. Then when I play Stormgate, it feels zoomed in because suddenly it's full screen and everything looks bigger. That is fair. Zero Avenger. So a couple Exos here just causing problems. Of course, Exos, they didn't get buffed in a recent patch. They're back down. They got +1 damage versus heavy. As always happens, is a couple Lancers just slowing down the take damage. And we will see one Brute get targeted down. Fiend's now trying to get on top of these Exos. They're going to have to run, but now with the Effigy dropped, Soul Brand Chakram ready, and this is just, it's a kite job. Got to get out of here. As more Exos arrive. And the problem is the rally is just so slow. It takes a while. So the Effigy's going to get targeted down. And Exos continue to poke. I don't think the goal here, Ruskov, he might, I don't know. Nah, he's slowly filling the bars. His rally continues to arrive. I was just gonna say, the goal here is not for Refresh to take it. In fact, Ruskov will be able to claim things at the end. He was just trying to prevent Ruskov from taking it, but unfortunately, that's not really gonna be a thing. And now, a couple cloned Gaunts that do have a time lifespan, but don't really see that in the bar. But Ruskov, he's on 4 bases. He is in a very solid macro position right now, moving himself up 5 Exos at a time. In fact, I would like to see, what's he on? Is he still only on 5 racks? No, he's on 7. I was gonna say, I really would like to see him go up to 8 racks here. He has a massive macro situation. 4 bases, tons of Luminite, not quite fully saturated. It actually takes a surprising amount of time to saturate your bases in this game. But he's got a lot of cap room right now. And he's just sitting here up 40 supply, just really off pure macro. Senegalo should play Dominari for pure macro, or versus bio. It is bonus damage. It is additional lifesteal, which is really nice. But it's not quite as strong as playing against like Celestials or something, where everything is heavy and you're getting a lot of bonus damage. It's still something. Still worth doing. It's still probably worth doing. But I think Miasma is probably better. As now, this is not a fight. Yes, you do have quick draw hustle. But look at this concave. And hiding in the line of sight blocker is really nice in the grass on the right side. So, a couple of these Exos. I think this one just barely not going to burn down. Which unit bonus damage type applies against Stormgates? None of them. Zero Avenger Stormgates they don't have a type. It is just your flat damage.
Dimensional rift detected. A Stormgate.
So Hangar Bay on the way for Ruskov, moving into the machine lab as well as we start to, I think about these Atlas drops. And this is where life gets, Atlas drops are going to be scary. You can drop Atlas on the lower ground, hit the Tribute Pyre on the high ground, I think at the very least. And this Stormgate is a very nice spot for just how Refresh has been positioning. He's up top side of the map, 5th base, by the way. Now just about halfway done. But a fight thinking about the middle. Not going to go there just yet. Now, what I should point out here is even as the Hangar Bay is done, there's not a lot of detection. Yes, there's the sensor drone, but not a lot of detection available. So, Forsaken traps in these fights could be scary. This map is made by a Guillotine. His maps are gorgeous. Weavers, that is true. Play weird. That's not technically bonus damage or like armor type damage, but but Weavers do significant damage because they do, was it 20%? They cap out at like 200 damage. So Weavers do very heavy percentage based damage. I like we have this single med tech slowly taking the Stormgate. Like, your army's right here, Refresh. You can take the Stormgate. It's allowed. Sky Sprint retrofit is on the way, so these med techs are going to be just a little bit faster. Atlases, everything. Sentinels are getting added in as well. This is a scary army, but like, look at how Ruskov's getting himself set up. Army here sitting in the void, there we go. The Void Heart Shrine. north side. And okay, Stormgate will get claimed. Potentially an interesting drop here on the left side. Evac ready to go. But now Ruskow's going to take the fight left side. He's going to be able to system shock away. Now this Evac here, I guess he's just going to cut through the building. Void Prowlers ready to go as we're going to start to go move ourselves into tier 3 tech for the Hellborn as well, as they're going to be able to go have that flaming attack on top of everything. It's a big damage increase. But no, wait, there we go. No stun on the Harbinger for now. Ooh, that's a big kill. They can go take this Atlas down. It's relatively tanky, but actually it's tanky enough. So it's gonna be there. Not gonna be able to jump on top of this for the time being. Harbinger drop down into the main base. That's really nice. A lot of these workers are gonna start to fall, and Ruskov is playing this very patiently. Not really, just by positioning, not really letting Refresh do what he wants to do. Now, we did see this base we did see the destructible rocks get taken down, and we will start to see these Atlases. They're gonna soak some damage off, but looks like the Atlas not quite range enough. I thought you might have it, but now onto the high ground here. Now there's the vision. So this is an Elder Shrine. This is a fight that's gonna have to get started, but we pop Shroudfall onto the backside, getting on top of half the army, and this first Atlas will get taken down very quickly. Remember, Elder Shrine, it's tanky. It's not gonna go down very fast. This Atlas on the high ground, that's gonna fall here as well, as we look for more of a flank. But not quite able to get up to the high ground just yet, as this army from Ruskov looks to move around the left side, bracket him in. Oh, this is really good. System Shock tries to get out, but he's getting shredded here. All the splash damage significant. Spriggan's on the top, slowing things down as well. That is a beautiful fight for Ruskov. Keeps his base alive, gets all the Atlases down, and continues to try to find more. Of course, Survival Protocol keeps armies alive for the time being. There are Atlases in the trees, so you gotta be careful. Certainly now as Plasma Arc is done as well, or just about done. So these Atlases, they're going to be even more space denial as the Hurricane's starting to get added in as well. But yeah, Ruskov, he played that fight so beautifully. Doing such a nice job of bracketing it in, keeping his army spread out everywhere, just not letting Refresh have a good attack path into him. And we should be in a position now where epic monsters, where the tier 3 mega units are going to be coming out pretty soon. As now Sentinel's just here is going to be able to go and lock off one of these Hellborn. Really wants to prevent the tier 3 Stormgate from going the way of Ruskov. Ruskov just keeps A-moving this. I don't like this. I think you back up from this position. You got to get a better concave, but he's bought himself a lot of time on this Stormgate. Got a lot of damage into it. Refresh now. It's funny, Ruskov takes a really good fight. Refresh is maxed out anyways. His economy is so big. And these Spriggans, they're not here. They're not part of the fight. But a dragon is available now. It's so good into these Atlases. Now the tier 3 is ready to go. This is where Ruskov's going to try to go pull the trigger on top of the Atlases, but the Plasma Arc Adhesion's a problem. It's zoning out so much of this army, and now there's the storm. Oh no! Look at this dimensional storm on top of everything. He baited that one out. Refresh gets so much done there. Off the splash damage and the Hurricanes and the dimensional storm. Oh, it's beautiful. Now these Spriggans, they're looking for a bit of a harass play, but Exos are there. The Spriggans are going to go get taken down. I'm pretty sure the dragon, no, dragon's alive. But Refresh, Ruskov trying to wait. He didn't want to go deal with kind of auto attack nonsense with the Stormgate. He's like, okay, you're going to claim the Stormgate. I'm going to attack into you. I'm going to make you waste whatever it is. But the Stormcaller was there. And that's a problem. And if you look at the base count, this is 4, 5, 7 bases for our Vanguard, and this Infernal's just not there. The money is the problem. Now the Elder Shrine's down, which means your cooldown for a second big, scary endgame monster is not going to be there. And these Spriggans on the harass, they're just not doing enough. It's going to be a bit of a run by here as Overcharge is popped, tries to keep some of the servos alive, but it'll be fairly successful. The base downs. That is very much the case with Spriggans now. Slowing down some of the barrack production. We'll be able to go. This mid-time is so slow. 30 stacks. We do have the salivary overflow here. These Spriggans, though, on the rally, they're going to get taken out. I think Ruskov is in a very rough spot. No Elder ready to go. He's working on it. He does have a second Greater Shrine. Does have some way to get back into this bombing run. Not gonna land. And big Fiend harass north side. Looks like this was a Harbinger that maybe got dealt with a little bit by the sentry post, but big Fiend harass. I believe Obsidian Horde is, there we go. Obsidian Horde is done, but now you just got this fight. The space denial is such a problem. The Dragon comes in. Wait a minute here. Shadow Flyers, Hurricane's dead, and now we're gonna take the Atlases down as well. This is a very nice fight from Ruskov. Second Atlas will fall, and now we gotta run System Shock away. Ruskov takes another night. He's still down massively in supply, but he does a good job taking out a lot of this base on the north side. Takes this base down, even if it does get power built back up to full. Holds on to his base, gets a really good flank, and now this army's a little bit separated. If you can kill off more of these Exos, problem with Shadow Flyers, they're gonna blow up the Sentinel, but they're just kind of wasting supply. This fight right side, though, slowing everything down with the Spriggans is nice as long as you can buy the space. I think this army, there we go. Dragon takes down the last of the Medtech's gonna try to get this base once again. But it's all gotta be this fight and run. Fight and run. You cannot let Refresh's main army come to bear, and he kites it away. Does a very nice job. Takes more Hellborn down. And even with the just curse being applied to everything, being able to suck it right back up full, it's just too much damage. It's too much beef. It's too much healing. Another Hurricane's gonna start to arrive, and Ruskov played it beautifully. But even still, it's not enough, and Ruskov's gonna be forced out for a second game in a row. Shout out to Kim11 for putting his prize winnings from the 2v2 tournament into the prize pool for this. Yeah, thank you very much, Kim. Chronic TV, thank you so much for the Twitch Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Map 3 was Frostline. Yeah, that game 2 was sick though, man. Some of those fights. Stormcaller straight into the middle of the army. My goodness. That was sick. Yeah, mistake was not getting the middle Stormgate. I don't know if he had the damage for it. He was very close to completing it. Yeah, game feels and looks so much better. It does. They have done a really good job with the community patch. I hope it's enough. I don't know that it ever is, but there's a small, passionate community. They're doing a lot of really good work. And look, at the very least, even if the game does not come back from, you know, from what release brought it to, even if that doesn't happen, fantastic resume work because they've done such good work for this. Now we're going to move into game 3, refresh, up 2 games to 0. Here we are, game number 3, refresh, up 2 games to 0. Ruskov played a great game 2 though. Really nice patience. Just really probably should have committed to the tier 3 Stormgate. Didn't make it happen. But unfortunately, he triggered the Shroudfall just a little bit too early. So didn't have it for the big impactful Stormgate fight, and you know, got Shroud-Caller to pieces, or Stormcaller to pieces. Now we are on Noveastar's map. It's another big one, Frostline. Noveastar, what is the rush distance on Frostline? Yeah, but we're gonna see 2 racks harass here. As Chad saying, it's 58 seconds rush distance. Okay. Is that natural to natural or a main base to main base of Noveastar? Now we're gonna see 2 racks harass into something. So Scout pops out early. He's gonna try to go take the effigy down as quickly as possible. And that's nice. It's not gonna do a lot. I mean, you can see the Shroud is 95% coverage of this area. You put the effigy down so you can get the base up quickly, but it's gonna be fine. So double Lancers out early as Refresh like, you know what? I'm up 2 games to 0, but he's not proxying this. It's a long map. We can see how long it takes for these Lancers to arrive. So it's not gonna be all that impactful. I'm kind of surprised. I fully respect 2 Lancers. Almost expected to see him sell a barracks or 2 after the harass and then just go take his natural slightly delayed. But that is not what it is. Main to main base is 48 seconds. Okay. Main to main, it takes a brute 48 seconds. Hello there, Professor Wannabes. Now the Lancer's gonna get on top of these early couple Gaunts and brutes, and that's a dead Gaunt start. Nice body blocking actually from the Scout. So Effigy's dead. Now the Natural's gonna have, or the third base is gonna have to get canceled. Soulbrand Chakrams are on the way, but they're not anywhere close to being done. And more Lancers, they're gonna start to arrive, trying to kite as much as possible. You might have to pull imps into this, which is not what you want to do. But still nice kiting. And remember, you don't get splash on your chakrams on the projectiles from the Gaunts until Soulbrand is done. It's not just the curse anymore, it's the splash damage as well. Thanks for saying. Actually, no, it's a 1 base time. You go 2 base Lancer, and then it's going to be into Vulcan drops. Of course, thanks goes Vulcan drops. Now, these trades on these Exos are really nice. I don't think a single one has died thus far. Now, they should start to go down. Soulbrand Chakrams about 15 seconds away. This is still forcing a lot. It canceled the third base. These Lancers will die, and I think you got to get out of here, Refresh. I think you've done everything you can possibly do. Turns out we might actually see the Vulcan drops, because Vulcans are on the way. Brian Dennis says, I truly love the game, just haven't played because the player count, because people judge the game instead of enjoying helping Fresh Chat work on the game. Yeah, it's just, you know, we've gone over this at length. For now, though, I want to talk about how awesome the PTR is, because really, this game, the pacing feels a lot better. Visually, it looks better. They've done a lot of stuff. We haven't seen any of the ragdoll stuff because we haven't seen those unit interactions, but they've added some really cool ragdoll effects. They've done they've kind of made unit spacing work better, so it's a little bit easier to see what's happening. Overall, it's just, they've done some really, oh no, there's a Power Stone. A Vulcan Power Stone. Is this, are we expanding here? No, we're not. Okay, time for the all-in. Servers are overcharged. They're gonna run across the map. And remember, overcharge does not make them move faster. But it does mean you heal a little bit more, so you're gonna have a very slim window when overcharge is still available. Actually, I think it makes you heal faster. I think that counts under construction time. For now, though, it's the Vulcan move, not going up into tier 2. It's not gonna be Vulcan drops. It's just a straight up Vulcan attack. And now we're gonna see power building on the sentry post. Vulcan moves forward as the bodyguard of this thing. And remember, sentry posts, they were buffed by 10 seconds. They're now 50 seconds production time instead of a bug 60. They're supposed to be 55. We're gonna call it a 10-second buff. And now you got this Repairmatic, this Vulcan just zoning out of the Lancers. They should be able to go kill this third base. Really not a lot of issues. So third base is dead. That much is guaranteed. The question is, how much more can you get done? Hellborn, there's one of them on the field, and the deeper you move into this, the more there's a surround. So it's still very scary. Now the Atlas jumps forward. Now he doesn't have that repositioning tool if other units get on top of him, but now we're gonna see Tribute Pyres get taken down. Ruskov will get supply blocked. This is the biggest army he's gonna have, and this Vulcan is just not dying. Avatar Vulcan, 763 HP and attacks faster. Dashes forward on top of Hellborn. Takes a while to kill this thing off, though. Hellborn is still very strong, and I think even though this Atlas is taking forever to die, the rest of the army, I don't know that is gonna be enough. We have Medtechs getting added in, but I don't think They have, I don't think they have Nano Swarm. They're just actually healing the X, or they're healing the servos. So the servos can heal the Vulcan. And wait, is this enough? There's no way this is enough, right? This Vulcan, tier 1 now is like, okay, a little bit stuck there, dude. You gotta move. And now Hellborn get on top of the Repair-O-Matic, and that's dead. Certainly the rallying Vulcan's gonna fall down as well. I don't think this is enough. I think Refresh is just, it's a slow death, but I think he's dead. Yeah, now we're gonna start, yeah, the servos are getting taken down, the Vulcan. Okay, so this the single base all in while the 2-rack, that didn't work out. Refresh, he's rallying away. Hello there, Psychons. He needs Weaver Hellborn. Yep, Hellborn. Significant bonus. 60 damage versus heavy. Decent range. Is very nice. Yeah, the Chad Vulcan, I was like, wait a second here. Can he hold with this? He couldn't. But Natural is now done. He is sitting here on half the supply. It's not a great situation for Refresh to find himself in, but yeah, might as well try, right? Force your opponent to kill. So this action Stormgate will go Ruskov's way. No issues there. And what's he gonna find? Every option's a good option. Dark Throne's great. You can get yourself some Necroless just to bust this game. I like the Necroless. You just bust him down. The micro, Refresh is already so light on units that just a couple Necrolesks running in are causing just enough problem. Yeah, no, Ketosis Servo Sentry Rush is not good. Let's get that out there out in the open. It's not very good anymore. We got Miasma getting added in as well, so you can have that tool. There's a lot of stuff, but look at this. Refresh, he's like, okay, my way back into this game is Atlas drops. And I don't disagree. I really don't. He did a good job. He killed the 3rd base, so the economy of Ruskov is not going just balls to the wall. It's just balls. No, it's good. Whatever it is, it's not going as crazy as it could be. And now we're gonna see some Atlas drops here. Refresh on, I don't think Refresh wants to be on the map right now. He wants to, he's like, maybe I can make something happen. I can see this 3rd base. This is not a good position to be in. He's gonna get busted right about right now, right as he's halfway onto the other side of the map. Just about the worst possible situation to be in. He's thinking, oh, okay, Atlas drops. That might be enough to defend. It's just, yeah, beelining right back home. There's the evac with the Atlas inside as this army, he cannot afford to lose this base. He does have 1 Sentinel. But this base is dead. Just not enough tools to defend as the Necroless thinking about moving forward. Now, if you can go and get some really nice Atlas shots. Spring is starting to get added in, by the way, so the Atlas drop's not as effective as they might otherwise be as he holds the main. The Natural is dead, and the problem is these flanks are just not impactful because the Necroless are here blowing them up. A lot of these units, but actually nice splits. Only really not a lot of impact. The Necroless are down, Springers though on the right side, actually getting dealt with pretty easily by the Exos, but they are slowing down the attack speed of this Atlas, which is picked up once again. Has to run away very low in the HP as the Vulcan will fall. Refresh is doing a really nice job trying to make this work, but Ruskov is way too far ahead. And that means he's got a map. We're going to game 4. All right. Game number 4 is Stormwatch. Move on there. ST, there we go. Stormwatch. Look at me all fresh face. I need a shave, but I got up long before Claire did because it is 23 degrees out. I don't know what that is in Celsius, but it's cold. It's 10 degrees below freezing. It is icy. We go and oh, I'm not saying get rid of the beard. I've worn the beard like as long as I've been an adult, but maybe trim this up a little bit, you know, make it look. But it's keeping me warm. It is cold outside. So now we're going to move into game 4. Stormwatch is the map. Players are ready to go. And I think the idea was interesting. All right. Game number 4. Refresh still up 2 games to 1. We're on to Stormwatch. There's a trend here. It's another big map. We're going to see how it goes. Claire, my fiance, so it's 23 degrees. It's icy. It's snowy. And my fiance's like, I'm tempted to go walk to a friend's house. I'm like, okay, how far is it? She's like, well, it's an hour-long walk. I'm like, it is icy out. You do not want to be walking an hour on icy sidewalks. Especially, I think some of that is by roads. It's like, yeah, you don't need a car coming off the road causing issues. Dallas drivers are idiots. Frost Giant definitely made Mech Vanguard hella fun to watch and play. Yeah, I think so. Certainly this version of the game. Facial air. What? Facial air purpose is more about be alerted if some bugs want to enter. First, I want to be actually what it is it's to hide it's to hide the lack of a chin. I'm kidding. I have a chin. It's fine. But for now, we're gonna see Shrine first into double vault, triple vault. Wait, was that? No, just double vault. So a lot of brutes coming out here early from Ruskov. Seems like he maybe smells something weird. Thinks Refresh might try to get aggressive once again, but Refresh went command post first. He's got his barracks on the way, of course, but not really going to do all that much. I would have liked like a 1-1 triple shrine. The nice thing about going double vault like this, delayed conclave, is you can actually delay your Therium mining just a little bit, which gets you more luminate. So that can be very nice to do, but this is Ruskov, kind of fear of God, and I don't like the build. Psychons, I think this is funny. You're like, ah, yes, this is some rich person thing. I like it's funny that you think I have access to some rich person thing. I'm a grad student casting esports in my spare time. None of that is congruent with rich person things. For now, though, a couple more barracks on the way. Refresh's third base done on location. And this has me scared. Yes, Lancers yes, Brutes are going to run across. Brutes do beat Lancers 1-1, but the production here from Ruskov is going to be, or from Refresh is going to be ready pretty soon, and Mass Brute is just not it.
Dimensional rift detected.
Gotta be a little careful, though. You don't want to get poked out too much here. For Stormgate now, of course, ready in about 5 seconds, and I'm actually not sure if that's something that anyone's really gonna properly commit to. This is a lot of brutes early. Now, of course, there is a sentry post on the way at the third base. Extras are starting to be produced. So this 2-1 setup, 2 volts, 1 conclave, should win the Stormgate for Ruskov. That is almost guaranteed, I think. But Soulbrand chakrams are actually not. Oh, wait a minute here. Gotta be careful. Soulbrand not done. So the gods can't actually really take this fight on all that well. Not just yet. But I do like how Ruskov does such a good job of bracketing these fights, keeping an army left and army right. Now Soulbrand chakrams are done. So these glaives, they're going to start to get empowered. We can see the nice little color on them now. That means this fight is a little bit scarier to take. Refresh thinks about it though. Now here come more brutes. Now effigy gets dropped as well, so curse gets applied. And this is gonna be pretty nice. A couple of these exos gonna turn into phantoms. But the big deal, of course, is that this is a tier 1 Stormgate that Ruskov is gonna be able to claim. The problem is that if he does not win with this push, this game is over. Third base is way too late. So he's gonna have a creeping horror that is more anti-kite. That is so nice here. He's now gonna try to dash forward, get on top of these exos, but more and more production facilities coming online for refresh. It's good Sim City. And remember, he does have this flat cannon behind, so he actually has a really nice defensive emplacement. Effigy gets taken down as well. I don't think this is I don't think this is possible. The supply tells one story. The army supply, I think, is a little bit in Ruskov's favor. But again, yes, you do have this creeping horror slow, but you're building 4 extras at a time. If you're refresh, you have quick draw hustle that counteracts some of the slow, and you have this really strong defensive position to fall back to. So Infernal Fury is on the way. I've heard Game Friend is very rich. You know, maybe because he puts his tournament winnings into tournaments, which we do appreciate, by the way. Is Axis on the left side will get slowed down just a little bit, but this is not enough. Not nearly enough here. Now they're going to try to target the creeping horror, maybe, but not quite. And now there is a tribute fire here, so permanent shroud is available, but Ruskov is dead. That 2-base all in did not work, and that means refresh is on into the finals, 3 games to 1. Of course, if you liked this, and I don't know how you didn't like game number 2, you should go sub to the YouTube channel, follow me on Twitch. I'll catch you next time. All right, that was Ruskov refresh, which means we got one more break, and then the finals are on the way. We will be right back. We're playing very macro focused. First Lancer running across the map, looking for the scout. Is at third base now underway. Nice thing about this, you got this reasonably timed, whereas this Lancer pops out, so the Fiend's not really going to be able to get much done. He's got this timed out enough. Yeah, 2-1 fast traps. Yep, well, Ariel, you are correct because traps are done. There's now the couple answers here, looking to poke around just a little bit. They're going to try to, they're going to get the effigy at the very least. Also quite, the skull slow is also really strong. It's a 40% slow, I think. But this Lancer run by causing some problems, getting on top of, well, there's a trap. That's a decent amount of damage that is being applied here. But of course, no soul brand. You want to make sure you have that detection, but 5 scouts might be a little bit too much. I don't know. We're going to see medtech for now. They're ready to go. Miasma now on the way. So I think, yeah, this Exo barely going to stay alive. Not going to go down. Maybe 5 is the number where you just go. It's based on RNG. The Therium blocks it sometimes it doesn't on others. But now the traps, they're going to get sniped down here. Of course, you have the Howl, which means you can see up high ground. You can see a little bit further. Skull gets sniped down. And now we're in the situation with this army is still probably good enough. On the high ground with the creeping horror, this is only relevant for Celestials that still have power that informs whether they can build or not. And this is an interesting concave getting set up here. Refresh does have quick draw. We'll see one gaunt maybe targeted down. And traps are going to try to get started here.
A Stormgate has appeared.
And this is where they're really scary. Yes, if you're going to be able to do too much just yet. Look into the flank angle, though. Army moves up left side. Vulcans are here now. It's a scary army. Miasma, though, going to block off the X's bottom side. Do not want to run through that. So this army on the high ground, as we will see the sentry drone go up, give a little bit of vision, gets targeted down. And Refresh is going to be able to claim this one. And now the evac here getting healed right back up. They can just go quick pick up, move the Vulcan around. Not choosing a Stormgate just yet. Sky Hunters are going to be the play. And this fight looks relatively even, but if you look at the supply, it's not. 195 to earlier. We're sitting here with the evac. Got sentinels on the way. It is another detector, which is really nice. Gives you an opportunity to snipe the skulls, to snipe everything else. So now Atlas is on this army as well. We're going to see this Hellborn locked into stasis trap. Now it's going to get targeted, or the stasis drone now is going to get targeted down. Hellborn dies. Down skulls, they're a problem. But certainly you do have this Sentinel that is giving you enough detection to mostly handle it. But now Run of the Atlas is falling down. But Ruskov, 245, 250 supply to 100. He is very dead. Game 1 goes the way of Refresh. Back down. They got +1 damage versus heavy. As always happens, is a couple answers just slowing down the take damage. And we will see one Brute get targeted down. Fiend's now trying to get on top of these Exos. They're going to have to run. But now, with the FG dropped, Soulbrand Chakram ready, and this, I don't think the goal here. Ruskov, he might, I don't know. Nah, he's slowly filling the bars. His rally continues to arrive. I was just gonna say, the goal here is not for Refresh to take it. In fact, Ruskov will be able to claim things at the end. He was just doing, but I think Miasma is probably better. As now, this is not a fight. Yes, you do have quick draw hustle. Oh, look at this concave, and hiding in the line of sight blocker is really nice in the grass the right side. So, a couple of these Exos. I think this one just is a scary army, but like, look at how Ruskov's getting himself set up. Army here sitting in the void, there we go. The Void Heart Shrine, north side, and okay, Stormgate will get claimed. Potentially an interesting drop here on the left side. Evac ready to go. But now Ruskov's going to continue to fight left side. His Atlas down. It's relatively tanky, but actually it's tanky enough. So it's going to be there. Not going to be able to jump on top of this for the time being. Harbinger drop down into the main base. That's really nice. A lot of these workers are going to start to fall. And Ruskov is playing this very patiently. And that's going to fall here as well as we look for more of a flank, but not quite able to get up to the high ground just yet as this army from Ruskov looks to move around the left side, bracking him in. Oh, this is really good. System Shock tries to get out, but he's getting shredded here. All the splash damage, significant. Spriggan's on the top, slowing things down as well. That is a beautiful fight for Ruskov. Keeps his base alive, gets all the Atlases down, and continues to try to find more. Of course, Survival Protocol keeps armies alive for the time being. There are Atlases in the trees, so you gotta be careful. Certainly now, as Plasma Arc is tier 3 mega units are gonna be coming out pretty soon. As now, Sentinel's just here is gonna be able to go and lock off one of these Hellborn. Really wants to prevent the tier 3 Stormgate from going the way of Ruskov. Ruskov just keeps A-moving this. I don't like this. I think you back up from this position. You got to get a better concave, but he's bought himself a lot. He's going to try to go pull the trigger on top of the Atlases, but the Plasma Arc Infusion's a problem. It's zoning out so much of this army, and now there's the storm. Oh, no. Look at this dimensional storm on top of everything. He baited that one out. Refresh gets so much done. All right, it's grand finals time. Players are ready to go. Frostline is map 1. Stormwatch 2, Gardens 3, Sector 9 4, Oasis 5, Bayou 6, and if we need it, Mystic Peak at 7. And we are now ready to go. Game number 1 here, Infernal versus Vanguard, which has long been the best matchup, in my opinion. And we are going to go into it. Game 1's here. Wait, actually, got to hit this button. There we go. Grand finals, here we go. At the bottom left side of this grand finals in the blue, the best Vanguard player to touch the game, it's Refresh. And on the top side of the map in the red, from Bulgaria, the Infernal player, it's MSRM. Is Rij Budny? It is, the price pool is right here. You can see this red bar, $213.05. You can, of course, add to it. You can contribute to it. Anyone watching is more than welcome to. !Match Arena will take you there. $100 initially seeded by Noveastar, who's organizing this thing. And then we had a Game Friend add some money. We had Kim add some money. All working out very nicely. So let's see how this goes. We saw Refresh in the macro games. Ruskov just looked better. Did look significantly better. His bases were faster. He just had more stuff. Like the macro was on point. Hello there, Ozubam. Welcome back to the cottage. I'm not sure what the cottage is, but welcome back to it. Glad you're having a good time. I hope you're having a good time. Anyways, Refresh in the macro games, he was up a base on Ruskov almost the entire time. He was just expanding faster, had a really good understanding of the tempo that he had, the economic tempo that he had to be playing at to go and make what had to happen. Refresh or MSRM is not going to give him that. Ruskov has always been a very aggressive player. He's one of these guys that would love to do the 2-racks stuff that we saw. He's a guy that wants to go run into you, and if he doesn't run through you, it's not going to be great. MSRM is a guy that loves to go into the late game. I mean, this is Shrine first into double vault, in fairness, but he's got that quick third base on the way. This is just very much, I'm going to play greedy. In fact, I'm not going to get that much Therium. We see he's not mining any Therium right now. Nothing on the main, nothing on the natural, just mined just enough. He was slightly off, you know. 1 Therium off, but mining just enough Therium to get Infernal Fury, and that's it. Everything else is just going straight into juicing his Luminite economy, getting these brutes out. Now, this also might mean, as that was actually a really important effigy to kill, is slowing down this third base. It's close enough where he's probably not going to worry about dropping another one. That might also mean that this is just, we're going to see a couple volts get dropped off for this, and this is going to be a pretty aggressive follow-up. Now, not a guarantee. Really, we're just going to have to see when/if he goes back into Therium mining first. So right now, he's doing it again. Of course, this could just be, okay, Greater Shrines, whatever. But again, there is a world where this Infernal Fury timing is just lots of brutes, and guess what? Even more brutes. So now there's going to be a conclave, and that tells us that, yep, you know, this is not some crazy commitment. But it will win him the first Stormgate. And remember, it also does go and give you this third base. You're juicing your Luminite economy. You're never missing an imp cycle. And now Infernal Fury. Ooh, this is dicey here. Infernal Fury is done in just a second. And this army, yeah, MSRM would love to be able to chase it down. Infernal Fury done now. There's the stuns. Gets on top. Oh, look at that. Dashes forward. Looks for the body block as well. Gets the Exos down very quickly. And these Lancers, they should fall down as well. This initial army, Refresh caught a little bit too early on the map. He's going to go back. 1 Lancer will escape, but you go take down this first Stormgate as well. That's a very nice bounty. Of course, behind this, we are mining Therium. We are moving into the Greater Shrine. We are seeing that start to happen, as we can see. Actually, I don't think I ever noticed the animation of these, whatever they are, the floating things starting to arrive. That's kind of cool. But Stormgate now is going to be a Soul Forge. Of course, MSRM keeps this with the army. You want the clones, but they are timed life, so you only want to go and spend it into the fight. Now, I don't know about this brute army attacking into this position. This feels dicey. I don't think this is that good of a play. You have a lot of Exos. SimCity's a problem. So he's going to back up. Maybe this one brute gets... no, the Exo Ball's not getting too aggressive. Not sure what these brutes are doing. They're just going to get targeted down. Unfortunately, just a bit of a bad rally. But now on the other side, this is a little bit more interesting. All the army was on the right side, and MSRM knew that. He saw that. So it's going to be a habitat going down. Refresh is supply blocked. And behind this, we are looking at tier 3 tech. There's a 4th base just about 3/4 of the way done here. MSRM doing a very nice job with that one. I think he just wants to run. Might lose this Soul Forge, actually. Might be forced to burn that, but looks like he's going to be able to get on out of here. Yeah, that should be fine. Okay. So does not lose the Soul Forge. 4th base just about done. Soul Brand Chakrams, they're not here yet. So it's a really nice splash damage against all these Exos. None of that exists. You don't have Soul Brand. There's no Forsaken Traps. There's no Miasma. Pandemonium is certainly not a thing. Because now MSRM not going to get supply blocked off this Tribute Fire. Leaving it literally on 1 HP, but good surround on top of a lot of these Exos. Taking them down right at the very start of this fight. MSRM does this so well, where you go, you click on the unit, you trigger the Infernal Fury charge, and then, as now, MSRM, just a little bit more supply block, and then you just kind of go onto the back line. It's kind of the Zealot charge tech. Of course, a little bit easier to pull off here in Stormgate. So he goes and kills off a decent amount of these Exos. His 4th base getting poked down, but still here, and now Soul Brand is ready to go. This Harbinger, though, whew, you gotta be careful. Now the Harbinger Dawn Shroud is going to start to heal up a little bit, but not going to be all that impactful. And Seismic Slam is on the way. This is important. Double Magbodon in the army, looking for the flank angle. Seismic Slam not here just yet, but the flank angle. If this is what you find here, looking on the backside, not able to make contact. But it does force the army back once again. And look at this play, taking advantage of just geometry, trying to get on top of him. There, oh no, the target fire. It's really good. Refresh takes down the Harbinger. That was 2 Magbodons inside. That is such a key part of this defense. Being able to get the Magbodon flank out of this is incredibly important, especially we're going mass Voltech. You don't have any sort of speed. These gods are not that fast. They do not have Reaper Rush just yet. So it's not super easy to chase this army down. Now it's a 70 supply lead as Refresh continues to kite backwards here. It really was all on the Harbinger. The Harbinger did not get sniped down at the very end. It was landed. Oh, okay. Dominaria are here. We are on to tier 3. The Elder is somewhere. There we go. The Elder is done. Dominari starting to get some stacks here. 25 damage really 25 damage a pop is nice. But we are going to have to see more. So for now, running away. Really the lifesteal in this army, once you start to get Pandemonium stacks, is really valid. But I think do we have Death March?
Enemy forces have begun to secure a Stormgate.
I don't know if I can see that, but okay, Death March is on the way. So those were just fiends that died. And now the tier 3 storm, or tier 2 Stormgate gonna get claimed. Don't know exactly what Refresh wants. A Vile Lurker's great. You can just go siege the high ground as another base is on the way. This has been sensor droned out though. Refresh is aware of what's happening. This game right now is so dependent on really good Pandemoniums. And Refresh is going to go really force him into a devil's bargain here. Do you go defend the right side? You kind of need to. Defend the left side. Oh no, Dominari getting jumped on top of Pandemonium. Keeps him alive for quite a while. This army left side dies with really not a lot. Problem is this army on the right side though with the Vile Lurker. The entire army of MSRMs over here can't really defend this position. So he's just going to give it up. And that's a problem. He's back down onto 3 bases. Economy not great, but he would love to catch this army in the middle of the map. Obsidian Horde now ready to go, but this is an awkward situation. Vile Lurker damage. There we go. But we are starting to see some Pandemoniums go through. But he just has nothing to follow this up. He just has Dominari. Nothing else. And one of them is going to get Stasis Drone down. Second one is going to get trapped here as well. And this army's just tiny. That's the problem. These are the Sentinels are just, they're in the sky. More Stasis drones. The Dominara can't really do anything. And yeah, Pandemonium's nice, but you do have to, it's a support unit. You need an army behind it. MSRM does not have one of those, and Refresh takes game number 1. Yeah, Seismic Slam wasn't quite ready yet either. He wasn't trying to drop on top of the army. He was just trying to get behind so we could hit Mabgadons from a flank angle. It's hard. It's really hard to go get Seismic Slam on top of a Vanguard army because they are just, it's so much anti-heavy damage. Oh yeah, a lot of wasted resources. Yeah, that's why you got to break. Like Magmadons have to be flanking. Magmadons have to be stomping into the angle that the Vanguard wants to be retreating into. Otherwise, it just doesn't work. No, we are less than 100 followers away from 6,000, which is kind of cool. You know why it's cozy to be back at the Stormgate Cottage? Part of it is the Ubeo and the Stormgate home gnome. I have no idea what that means, Ozubom. I'm gonna be real with you. I got nothing. So now we get ready to move into Stormwatch. Game number 2. This is what is this? 58 seconds. It's a big one. Significant rush distance here, which I think it's nice for refresh. Yes, Jax Wex. This is still the PTR. West. This is still the PTR. Last I heard. They're looking like maybe mid-February. I saw someone. This is me getting this third hand. I don't actually know. Chat. Ozibom asks, and we're gonna pass this on Twitch chat for you. Ozibom, is BeoMulf not the Stormgate home gnome? I don't know what a home gnome is, so we'll see. Game 2 though, that is ready to go. So game 1, we saw MSRM play very heavy brute into Dominari. Effectively, had some tier 2 units, but really just ramping up to tier 3 as quickly as possible. And he probably gets away with it if his double Magmadon Harbinger drop trying to defend the push doesn't get annihilated. That was the big issue. His Harbinger that had a significant fraction of his total army supply gets sniped down right as it was trying to land. All of a sudden, your supply is not competitive. You have no control for the exos. You don't have a flank angle available. And it all goes wrong. It's not great. But that is good news. Again, if you're on YouTube and you were curious, some of the break was like, okay, are we still PTR? When do we go live? And Ariel, who is involved with the community balance patch team, has said that in the next month, we will probably move to live. So that would be the middle of February, which means a little bit more focus. I'm assuming for the next month, more focus on fixing bugs. They've been fixing a lot of bugs, but more focus on fixing bugs, more focus on getting everything localized, so names getting finalized, things like that. Different things of that nature. I just want to know if we can fix the Shroud propagation bug, where Shroud doesn't always disappear when it is, when the Shroud generating thing disappears. Kind of annoying to like drop a Harbinger and there's Shroud left behind. And it's like, okay, that's fake Shroud. But how do I know it's fake Shroud? Well, I go on and I don't get Shroud buffs. Or like Shroud Fall. It really, when Shroud Fall goes down and goes back up and not everything gets cleared, it feels like Minecraft chunk issues. Where, you know, you would go and like, you'd have chunk updaters. Right, like you go into a chunk for the first time in Minecraft and the gravel's there in the sky, and then you hit it once and it all falls down. Like that kind of like, oh, okay. This chunk, this area has not been forced to visually update, so it's not going to do anything until there's a visual update forced.
A Stormgate will activate soon.
I don't know if that's what it is we got a bit of an interesting thing coming out here from Refresh. He's on tier 2 Central Command. He's getting Vulcans out, getting himself into Medtechs as well. So he's been playing this kind of hypermobile bio army for a large portion of the game, but this time he's playing much more mech focused. And generally when we've seen him do this, he goes into, this is a push time. As he will have Nano Swarm for this. So this is probably like a double Vulcan Nano Swarm timing. JXP asking, is this the Vulcan drop build? It could be, but we don't, no, it's not. I was like, yeah, we don't have a hangar bay on the way just yet. So he could be waiting, but no, this is just the servo pull. It's a crazy all-in coming out of MSRM. Is the Faerun is here. And this is actually a really nice potential timing. Army of Refresh in the middle of the map. Now, here's the thing. This brute is not going to see this, but he checks the third base like, okay, yeah, there's no way. No chance. And actually he's going to catch some of these Lancers out on the rally. This is very awkward for Refresh right now. His army is getting caught out in the middle of the map, but he does hold the high ground here. That being said, Faerun, they do exist. Infernal Fury just to get out of here. And MSRM, what is your answer? You got a 4th base on the way. It's 2 bases versus 4. all you gotta do is hold on. But now we're gonna start to see the sentry posts. One of them is gonna get taken down. Second one targeted down as well as this Vulcan is not gonna die easily. It's Nano Swarm, it's mass repairs. They look for just the body blocking on top of all the servos, making it very hard for them to get on top of everything. But actually, yeah, these sentry posts, they're getting taken down. A lot of the servos die as well. And the fact that he has this Baron is making this a lot more difficult. Even still, these angles that the Vulcans are finding are doing a very nice job. First Vulcan dies. Second one, though, still here, is now going to start to go level up just a little bit. And the servo healing, really nice, but they get one of the med techs. Second med tech, not a lot of energy available, and the Vulcan dies as well. Already starting to feel like a very, very nice defense, as we will see a Shroud Stone eventually get built here by MSRM, but he holding with units for now as the second med tech falls. More Vulcans are here, but I don't know that there's really enough healing. This Baron is doing God's work in this defense, really slowing down the damage the Vulcans will do. Tier 1 Vulcan dead, and it's just one Vulcan and a bunch of servos. MSRM, though, backs up for now, buys a little bit more time. 3 Shroud Stones. They're on the way. First one's just about done. And this sentry post is gonna get taken down. Now, I should point out the backside of this is moving forward on top of this Vulcan. Good. Oh, nice job there. But yep, I was gonna point out, evac got made at the very end of this. So now we're in evac truck mode. A little bit more defensive ability as the Nano Swarm, especially with the healing, causing some problems. And now MSRM's got to back up once again as we're on round 2 of this drop, right? With this pressure, now it's a drop. Now it's that much harder to stay on, but Hellborn are here. Very nice defensive tools. Assault Brand Chakram on the way, but importantly, well, a couple important things. MSRM is on 4 bases.
A Stormgate will activate soon.
Refresh is only on 2. But I was gonna say the other thing is, of course, the Twilight Spire is here, so now you have anti-air stuff. Even still, this Vulcan drop, shredding this now. There's a lot of imps going down very quickly. That's a bit of a problem. I don't see these Shadow Flyers just yet. There we go. Pick up, play around. Gotta be a little bit careful though. Shadow Flyers could cause problems here. But not quite enough. And now, oh, there's the Shadow Flyers. Yep, we just gotta leave this Vulcan behind. Gotta return to hangar and get the hell on out of here. But I think it died to curse. Oh, the Shroud Stone did snipe the evac. Okay, good eye. Good eye, Ariel. Yeah, I was like, it might just have died to the curse and the minus armor from the Shadow Flyer. As it stands, MSRM is in a great spot this game. He's on 4 bases. Refresh is only just now getting his 3rd. He's up 60 supply. He's got better tech. Refresh thinking about contesting this, but that's not a thing. Why does a Vanguard have a nice shiny face, smiley face in the main building now? You know what? I see it right here. 2 eyes and mouth. Anyways, big attack comes in from MSRM. He just wants to end the game, and I don't blame them. Voidbringers, or whatever they're called, into the main base. There we go. Void Prowlers into the main base, getting yet more economic damage done. The turret's dead. Weavers are here, so yeah, goodbye Vulcans. They can get picked up, but they're just not going to get the damage that they need. And it's not going to happen. So this is a game that Refresh is going to lose. There's not a whole lot he can do about it anymore. 3rd base is dead. Void Prowlers in the main base. Well, I think they've been dealt with. Gotta be careful though. These Weavers, they're starting to get targeted down just a tiny bit. But the Weavers are dead. You have this Vulcan drop capability. Access to the front lines. They're just not getting targeted down. Wait a minute here. Oh, wait just a goddamn minute. Hellborn, they're all dead. And this supply gap has decreased dramatically. That being said, there's no 3rd base. MSRM is on 5 bases here. He's on tier 3 tech. Obsidian Horde is getting added in. He is a very strong man. We are starting to, I forget what it's called. Where is my upgrade structure? There, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the ritual chamber. We are getting Dominari mastery training. So Dominari will be up. They're good units. I think that might just do it. It is 60 supply, 70 a supply lead. Third base is done once again, and there are Atlases on the field, but Weavers are an answer to that one. Dominari getting added in as well. Once Dominari pretty much have infinite energy once they get mastery and start to make that happen. That's pretty good. Now, that being said, Atlas moving forward. Sky Sprint is done. But you got to be careful. That's actually really nice. Baits out Infernal Fury charge, but now we're on a 6th base. MSRM understands that he does not have to end the game right now. Don't know a lot about modern Stormgate, but you really like the aesthetic of the Infernals. Yeah, no, Alan Dillon did a great job on the aesthetic redesign of the Infernals here. Dominari moves forward, applies Pandemonium, but a second Weaver is going to get targeted down here. But we do have a Dragon on the field now. So you gotta be careful. I think we're on MedTech. I hope we're on MedTech Mastery. Man, System Shock is really important into these fights. We see the fight kick off, and you just gotta run. It's a kite job running away. Atlas drops behind the field, hits some really juicy shots, and the joke tries to kill the Dragon. Not gonna be successful, and now the Atlas continues to have to get kited backwards into the static defense. Refresh is doing a really nice. Oh my God! That Atlas shot, it's not gonna matter here. The game is still over, but that Atlas shot must have killed like 40 supply. Everything was so low. The game's over, to be clear. But that Atlas shot was just insane. And Refresh is going to be forced to tap out. We are now 1 game apiece in this best of 7. Yeah, but Alan did a great job with the Infernal redesign. It's a shame we're never going to see what... I've seen some concept art that I don't know that ever is going to go live. It's a shame we're never going to see the Celestial redesign actually be a thing, because it looked great. It looked really good. And that's not like 1 unit. What was map 3? Map 3 was Royal Gardens, not Rotfire. Yeah, that getting the Faerun off the first Stormgate, so impactful in that hole. Can you play Stormgate on Linux? That's a good question, Psychons. I think at one point you could. If you're on like Wine. I actually don't know. I think he can. And remember, yeah, Stormgate is free to play. Now, it's important to point out here that this game, the game that we are watching, the game we're casting, the game that we are paying attention to, is on the PTR. So you got to go into game properties, go to betas, and select the PTR beta. Because if you play live, you're not going to get this game. You're not going to get these maps. You're not going to get the visual improvements. Compared to Necrolite release, there have been some, not a ton, but some. You're gonna get the visual improvements. You're not gonna get the new units, the rebalancing, any of that. So just important that you need to go on to check it out on PTR. That being said, we have game 3. Royal Gardens is the map, and we are tied up. Welcome into game number 3. Refresh, great pressure game number 1, won the game with it. Game number 2, that pressure mitigated by a Faerun, just doing a really nice job keeping MSRM alive, and also just, he did a fantastic job as well, understanding when he could fight, understanding when he couldn't fight, microing away from the line of the Vulcan attack, so it never properly shredded everything, buying enough time for the triple Shroud Stone and all of his tech, and survived. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs. Vanguard was never OP. Now, maybe against Celestials at times, Vanguard has been OP. At times, Celestials have been super OP against Vanguard, but Vanguard has never been, like, wholesale overpowered. But yeah, the new tier 3 units are pretty cool. There's a Celestial's got 2 new units. They have this new Carnivex, which is a great big mecha cat that is super tanky. Tons of lifesteal. Splash damage every little bit off. It's like a better Creep. As Refresh, what is you doing, boo? You're doing the Sentry Post Rush? I thought we talked about this. This is not acceptable. Hey, Ferrocaris. It is a comfy Saturday. I'm just sitting here. It's cold outside. There's ice. What better thing to do than just watch some players play some really good Stormgate as now everyone's going to spawn up right in the middle of things. Remember, Sentry Post has been buffed a little bit. It's now a 50-second build time instead of 60, but yeah, this is not a thing. You're going to try to do it once again, as we will see a Tribute Pyre getting made, a little bit more Shroud, a little bit further forward. Now, this is minimizing your income. All of the imps have been pulled into this on the main base. In the natural, there's still a little bit of mining. So this is a little bit awkward if you lose too many imps. And a couple imps are starting to go down. Remember, money is not going up for MSRM. He's not getting more brutes. He just wholesale pulled into this defense. And is this working? Now the brute's going to pop up, ready to go. But the Sentry Post might get out in time. This first brute is very low. Yeah, this first brood dies. Wait a minute here. Is this gonna work? He's got the first Sentry Post up. Now he's gonna move a second one a little bit forward, make sure it's in range of the Iron Vault. You move maybe your low Lancer. As it gets a low, you move that into the Sentry Post, and MSRM is just dead. I thought turret rushes were dead, and they should be, but not quite. Refresh. 2-1. Celestial bad in late game. They never win something. Celestials have been probably the most reworked Genji. And I think a lot of the Celestial games we've seen are in late games where maybe the composition's not right. That game that Mixu had a great timing on, he did not transition, unfortunately. We saw a game where he had kind of the wrong composition. I'm not willing to say that it is, straight up OP. Really? Royal Gardens is a shorter rush distance than Edge of Oblivion? It does not look like it. But I guess that's fair. Royal Garden, Sector 9 is map number 4. We're talking about big maps. Sector 9 is long. So maybe we're not going to see this again. It's not even 7 a.m. here today, so later. Psychons, are you on the West Coast? Wait, no, you're in Australia, right? That's what that is. Like it's just about noon here in Central. It's 10 a.m. on the West Coast. Short rush distance will make cheese builds more effective. Oh, yeah, always. I just didn't realize Royal Gardens was that short. Oh yeah, that is that's a very important thing to point out. So Ozibon points out, yes, there's auto grouping hotkey, so you can set your main army on 1 and your harass units on 2 and whatever. There is also, there are no bans in a best of 7. Corsair. There are 7 maps in the pool, and it's a best of 7, so we play them all. That's why I'm a big fan actually of having 9 map pools, so you can even have bans in a best of 7. Imagine if there's Lunar Base Gamma. Yeah, that would be a disaster. We're gonna move into game number 4 here. Fresh up 2 games to 1. So we were just on a very, very small map, actually shorter than Edge of Oblivion, which is insanity. It's actually kind of surprising because Edge of Oblivion visually felt much smaller than Royal Gardens, but it is what it is. 36 seconds main to main versus 38. We're going to see what they want to go here. I imagine, Refresh is building up the money. This is going to be command post first out of Hem, 10 post, 10 shrine out of MSRM. Very macro focused. Again, Sector 9, it's north of 50 seconds on the rush distance. I forget exactly what it is. It's It's long. It's a big macro map. It is a pretty one. Certainly, but this is a map where I don't know. We will see probably some contest over the first Stormgate, but this is really going to be on like tier 3, maybe a big tier 2 push out of refresh. I don't expect to see something super crazy, super early, and really not from MSRM either. Psycon saying, nice small download, under 20 gigs, code must be tight. Realistically, game size is not, maybe at one point it was, but game download size is not a function of how much code there is. Like, code files are small. Even if you compile them, they're going to be a little bit bigger. It really is on the visual assets and how compressed those are, how efficient that is. Like, the reason that COD is massive is they really poorly packed all their assets and just no. So third base now on the way from refresh and MSRM right around the same time. Nothing super great. Again, we're just gonna see this game very macro focused. I'm a little surprised to see MSRM playing this Infernal Fury build once again. I wasn't super impressed with it in game 2, but really that game hinged on him losing a Harbinger with 2 Magmadons in. And like that was the big problem in game number 1, just not being able to make that happen. Everything else I guess looked fine. He had some really nice engages, some good snap engages on the Exos. Good job, Infernal Fury through, killed off some stuff. Yeah, it's funny. There was this big discourse I know it was in the StarCraft community. I can't speak to like gaming in general about at what point do you fall off? At like what point do your hands slow down? And it's like, maybe if you're a professional gamer, but other than that, like it really is not, oh, my hands are slower now, I'm no longer masters. It's like, well, I don't have time to fiend this game the way I once did.
A Stormgate has appeared.
So someone who is playing 5 games a day or more is always going to do better than someone who's like, yeah, I got a game a day, maybe every couple days. I just don't have a lot of time. I can't hardcore obsess over this the way I used to. So, you know, it is what it is. For now, pressure coming in from MSRM once again. Infernal Fury right on the timing. This is not a Stormgate that will be contested, by the way, is moving on top. 1 Exo goes down at the very start of this, which is nice. And certainly Quick Draw Hustle is not done yet. These brutes are potentially a problem. They're going to kill off a servo. Look, they're not going to supply block. Refresh, he's very fine here, but going to kill off a habitat, clean up some of the Sim City. And now these Lancers on the backside, they're going to get stunned up a little bit. Nice target fire there from it. That might have just been accidental, but kills the effigy in the second that it's planted, and now you just got to get on out of here. Well, maybe he's going to look for, he's really waiting out the Infernal Fury time. He tries to kill off some Exos, but these are not particularly great trades. And the brutes are going to continue to have to run, but they are kind of leading this. No, these brutes are just going to back up. I was going to say they're kind of leading the army on a merry goose chase, and maybe the other brutes can do something, but 5 Exos at a time says that is not really a thing, and we are going. Soulbrand Chakrams now on the way. More conclaves get. Do we have a? Yeah, we do have 1. You need a conclave for a chamber, so second conclave getting added in, and MSRM might have enough damage with all these brutes. It's gonna be close. Does he have the damage to take the Stormgate at the very end? Yes, he does. It's very, very end, right as it turns today. Problem is now his army is bottom right side of the map here. It is going to be a Soul Forge. That's nice, but there has to be some way to defend this base. He's going to get supply block. That's the start of this. Volt's going to fall down here as well. This third base in a bit of a pickle. They're going to start to target things down. Imps going back to mining, actually, surprisingly enough. But I think this base might be dead. Imps just, MSRM, your Imps. You got to be careful here. Now the army's going to start to arrive. Maybe this is going to force back, and Effigy gets dropped. Looks for stuns. A little bit of damage there as Unfortunately, this Hellborn can't really get itself in range. So the kiting is immense. And just fighting into this front to back is just never really what you want to do. The X's are going to target fire way too well. You gotta wait for Reaper to rush. You gotta be able to trigger some Infernal Fury. And Refresh is just put the business to a man. MSRM brought way outside of his base. Having Hellborn up high ground is nice. 60 damage volley is good with the two Hellborn. But when we see this, yeah, no, this game's over. MSRM out of position, going for the Infernal Fury rush that just, I don't know that I'm a big fan of it. And now he's down 40 supply. He's going to be even worse. He's just losing these Hellborn. And yeah, he's got 4 bases. But I don't really think this Infernal Fury rush is the way to do it. It's too really punishable by these horses. I really do prefer, just get a lot of gaunts. You want brutes for kind of early brawling, but just move yourself into gaunt tech, get Reaper rush. That's always going to be really nice. Play the Venom or play the Forsaken Trap idea. Going to be at, there are ways to solve it, but just lots of brutes running desperately after man with gun is not it.
Enemy forces have begun to secure a Stormgate.
Low unit count micro is in Stormgate is so sick. It is. The second Stormgate now will go the way of Refresh. Just burst that down, and hey, some Void Prowlers. You used to get 5 by the way. These are already really strong, but you used to get 5 of them. 4 is a problem in and of itself, as this drop's gonna show up, forces workers off the 4th. Now to main base they go, forcing pretty much Refresh's entire army back, which is really nice, by the way. Being able to buy some time here, so very important, although it doesn't really look like he's gonna get a lot of actual conversions. Yeah, mass repair, targets one of them down. I think this is where you just run back up, but problem is there's a stasis on this. Actually, it's gonna come down just in time, running away. Target fire though, and just a little bit too slow. MSRM overstays his welcome now. Void Prowlers on the 4th base. They're gonna be able to blink out, and yeah, they should be fine. So MSRM gets a drop, kills like 2 workers, and then loses his Harbinger. And this is one of those things, when you're behind and you're 77, 80 supply behind, you really cannot afford to lose that. The value is forcing your opponent back. Any sort of economic damage is nice, but the value is forcing Refresh back home, pinning him back there. Overstaying your welcome is not the play, as this base will get taken down. At least it's a cancel, so you get most of the money back. Now this fight's gonna try to kick off here. Weaver, though, just gets stasis. What you gonna do? Weaver can't really do too much of anything. Now walks forward. System Shock, though, tries to get on top of the Vulcan. Good stuns there, but the damage is not enough. And now the Atlas is here. Oh, by the way, Void Prowlers in the main base, causing lots of problems. Luckily, Gaunts are roughly there to defend. But the stasis with the Sentinel just way too powerful. Now, Pandemonium is useful. Pandemonium is really strong, but you do need an army behind it. And I worry that MSRM is just a little bit too far behind. Stasis goes down on another Hellborn, and that's gonna get taken down. Death March is ready to go. We now have the sacrifice just about complete as well. So now you can go eat some low supply units, get yourself some energy back, and just have constant pandemoniums. That is potentially enough to maybe turn this fight. We're gonna have to see his good lash on top of the Vulcan. The stasis bubble, not quite enough to save, but the full surround's the problem now. Okay, Dominari on the right side. They're locked out of the fight. The bubbles here are way too good. And yeah, this is just, there's not enough. The Fresh continues to rally in the supply. 150 supply ahead at this point. This game is over. And MSRM just led away a little bit too much in the mid game. Refresh now up 3 games to 1. I could take the Stormgate with 6 Fiends. He could have. Mixu, you're right. Do brutes ever pop Fiends anymore when they die? They pop 1, the Brandon. They pop 2 if you pop them above, what is it, 70% HP now? It used to be 90, but I think they made it a little bit easier to do. And then with Obsidian Horde, you get +1 on that. It's no longer 90%. Corsair, they buffed it a little bit. Game 5 is Oasis. Oh, wait, that's right. It's a Deep Fight Oasis. Oh, or Divided Oasis. Yeah, that's like, there's nothing starting with O. All right. Potentially tournament point coming out here as Refresh is up 3 games to 1. Yeah, this is really what happens is this is why I don't like Infernal Fury. I feel like MSRM, he commits into this. And then he just gets kind of down. You lose a lot of supply. It slows down your tech. And it's just not great. Maybe we'll see what happens here in this potentially last game of the series. There we go. Loading up into Divided Oasis. It's a beautiful map. It's a water map. Not that that really does all that much for us in terms of gameplay. It just looks pretty. So now on to maybe the last game in this series. We'll see what our players have in store. Move on to Divided Oasis. You thought the final he won versus MC was a fluke. Really cool builds by Refresh. Refresh is really good, man. He, for my money, back when he saw more people playing, like Snockstar was the best Infernal and Refresh was the best Vanguard for a lot of it. And Snockstar, I organized some Snockstar Refresh games that were just sick as hell. Refresh is he is not, believe me, Refresh is not a fluke. He is very, very good. As for now, Command Post first, Shrine first out of both of these players. Again, not too crazy, not too surprising. This is a big map. It's north of 50 seconds rush distance, main to main base. No, my bad, Refresh. I was not, that's fine, you know, I'm not familiar with your game. That's our job right now. My job is to make you familiar with his game. And his game is kind of variable. He was a big mech enjoyer for a while. He's got great bio control. Really just, he plays what's good. And he looks good while doing it. $1440p Tower Taker, that is weird. You can only watch in 720p. You should be able to watch in 1080. That is weird. I am pushing in 2K. But my understanding of that was it should be transcode. I should be pushing a 1440p stream at 1080, 720. Like it does all the downsampling. So it's weird that you're not getting 1080p. But if that's the case, Tower Taker, just go to YouTube, go to the YouTube stream. That you should be able to watch 1440p and all the way down. That should be possible for you. It's probably a browser thing if you're not able to do that on Twitch though. Yeah, it's really weird that 1080p is not an option if I'm streaming it in 1440p, because the way this works and the way Twitch enabled this, they're like, yeah, we don't want to go transcode to 1440p, but if you do it on your computer, you're good, which is what I have set up for this. So I don't know. Yeah, apparently I thought that was the case. Apparently not. I am sorry, Tower Taker, but again, it's good on YouTube. So yeah, we'll be getting there eventually. Is taking a look at these builds thus far. It's a Hedgehog build from MSRM, which by the way was nerfed a little bit. In the patch last night, and this is breaking news here. Hedgehogs, they lost 10 HP, 215 to 205, and the armor shred missiles debuff max decreased from 90 to 75. So I don't know that we're going to see the armor shredder upgrade in this game. That is a tier 3 upgrade. That is a tier 3 upgrade that we may or may not get to. But for now, Hedgehog, 10 less HP per hog, even still dive on top of these Gaunts. Do a very nice job there. Gaunts will fall, and this is a problem as MSRM tries to run. But the Gaunts, those are the units that technically are good versus these hogs. Brutes are awful. They are armored units. They are heavy units. That is what hedgehogs are very good at killing. So the hog is going to go down, or the brutes are going to go down. Hedgehogs just right back. And they could go and try to take the Stormgate if they want to, but instead, very heavy pressure onto this third base, killing off some imps. That's always going to be really nice. Don't know if they want to, they don't have the damage probably to kill the base, but they can continue to poke. And triple factory hog. The way this works, this is a very powerful bit of tech right now. This army is scary. It can kill tribute pyres, it can kill effigies, it can kill structures pretty nicely. But as the game goes on, Mass Hog does scale out. Reaper Rush is on the way, of course, for Refresh here. That's really good. You can do a Spriggans and force them to go into anti-air mode when they can't fight ground, or go to anti-ground mode and can't fight air, and it becomes a very difficult scenario. And even as we're seeing right here, once you start to get Reaper, or once you start to get Soulbrand Chakrams done on these Gaunts, you get a lot more Gaunts than you get Hogs. The Gaunts, the Hogs, they're light units. They take bonus damage from all the Chakrams. They bounce. They really don't like getting cursed. Just overall, it's dicey. So now the tier 1 Stormgate is going to go the way of Refresh as he holds the high ground here. And it will be a Soul Force. So we can go just get himself a couple more Hedgehogs. Diving into this fight. Which one is going to go get taken down? While you're on Effigy, while you're on Shroud, it's not an easy fight. The Soulbrand Chakrams are really good. And now Reaper Rush done as well. So these Gaunt, well, just about done. Gaunt's now much faster. And the Kite job even easier as this is going to be a dead brute. We'll see what it does. Watch on YouTube, chat on Twitch. That's a good way to do it here. Is now it's a good concave for these Hedgehog. That's not bad. As now we're going to see them move on into their upgrade, get a little bit more range. That is very nice. As they're going to go get transonic rockets +2 range versus everything. But now Weaver's here. Weaver's very good solutions in this Hedgehog plays. Hedgehogs are expensive. They don't build particularly fast. So you get a Weaver out. It means this Weaver walks up a cliff and down a cliff. I guess the collision stuff is a little, wait, Weavers don't have cliff. At one point they did, and then they got rid of it because it was bugged. I don't think Weavers have cliff walking intentionally.
Stormgate will activate soon.
Yeah, the Gaunts are fast. Plus 1.75 movement speed. So 5.5 movement speed with Reaper Rush as the Gaunts. Well, actually, no, they're not quite as fast. 1 3/4 faster are the Hogs, but again, you give the Kite job. Seismic Slam's about halfway done as well, and these Hogs are just not a good fighting army. So now we're starting to see Vulcans getting added in. Medtechs, certainly they do have Nano Swarm ready to go. That's going to be nice. System Shock as well. It just gives you even more Kite potential, the ability to go and kind of remove Curse. Although, Curse is kind of a constant. Yeah, the Weaver glides through the air. At one point, Weavers did have cliff walking, and they got rid of it because it was kind of buggy. Is looking for a little bit of what's in this thing. A little bit of Magmadon actions. The second Stormgate will go the way of MSRM. And now with a Vile Lurker here, a little bit dicey. Seismic Slam just about done as well. Vulcan's getting added in. Supplies, of course, are equal. Concave's trying to get set up, looking to slam onto this army. It's not going to land particularly well. So we're going to see immediately the Magmadon has to get targeted down here, but not enough just yet. Now the lashes go in. These Vulcans stuck in the middle of things. The Concave is really nice for the Hogs, but the tech is so much better for MSRM. Yes, the supply says it's good for Refresh, but yeah, look at this, and it's a bit of a lie. Now Overcharge is going to have to get pops fighting into this. Is on the right side. Well, Hedgehogs, they just have to continue to run. Now the fight is kind of split up here. The Weavers, they are getting targeted down. Magmadon actually not doing incredibly well, even with the bonus damage to light, and got into all of the workers. And now more Weavers going to get taken down. It really is on this Vulcan. And you know what? This is a defense. This is a very nice defense for Refresh. I thought he was dead. I thought the tech was way too good for MSRM, but the fight was very disjointed. Wasn't really able to bring his entire army together, and Now we're in this situation where there is Nanoswarm. There's really good healing. Vulcans are part of this army as well. And this is a fight you're kind of happy to take. You can go stun the Magmadons out of their stomp. That's really nice to do with the Vulcans. And now the stomp's done. We're gonna see the effigy get taken down as well, and certainly these Magmadons, they just get targeted down by the Hogs. Which, by the way, +2 armor, so they're even better. And this is where it gets scary though. You got two Harbingers. There is no way to target this down. More Hedgehogs on the way, of course. You could go put them in anti-air mode, but that's just how they die. 3 Vulcans get stunned up, and again, no dash this time. That's a beautiful move, as now the Vulcans, less of them, dash in as well. Another Harbinger chaining the stuns on top of these big heavy tech units. Even still, this fight is going very well for Refresh. Even with the triple stun, I really thought that was gonna be enough, but not quite now. Hangar Bay is on the way. Man, Refresh's micro, his macro is so nice. Now we're gonna see this Harbinger get taken down. More Weavers though on the re-engage. I think we back up for the time being. No Vulcan, okay, 3 Vulcans, excuse me, part of this army. Now you're gonna try to take a better concave here. The Weavers are kind of the key point. They can get the good lashes off. They do a lot of damage. It's percentage-based damage to the Vulcans. Problem is, Hogs, they're chasing them down. They're targeting down here. 1 Weaver goes down. Second one, that's gonna get taken down as well. And it's still a decently close game, but Refresh just started taking much better trades. The power of Transonic Rockets give you the, that's a bit of a move command there. That's maybe not what you're looking for, Refresh. As he goes a little bit too far forward, but the Weavers, they're just getting taken down, and the healing is really good. Dashes back on the Vulcans as well. And now there's no stuns. Now there's no control into these Vulcans in the back line. They're just gonna start to shred the guns. So man, Refresh is so good, man. 10.5 minutes in, we're starting to think about the 3rd Stormgate play. I don't even know we need to think about that. SPSKRK, things seem much more visible in the Shroud compared to before. Was the Shroud tweaked in the last patch? Or was the map is brighter? They did tweak the Shroud mist a little bit, making things a little bit more visible in one of the recent PTR patches. But also map brightness does help out. But Corsair does remind us, yeah, don't play map versus Infernal unless you're Refreshed. It almost looked like MSRM had what it took to break this down, but just not quite. Now the supply is overwhelming. The Weaver's getting targeted down. Not enough healing anymore. Stasis on one of the Weavers. Vulcan's still here. It's gonna get taken down at the end, but all the tech is gone. This base is gone, and Refreshed, there's nothing to stop him from marching to victory at this point. The base dies. All the workers fall down. Man, Refresh's micro. There we go. MSRM taps out. Refresh wins the Noveastar Cup #2. Lion's share of the prize pool. And of course, if you like this, want to stay up to date with everything that's happening in Stormgate, make sure to go sub to the YouTube channel, follow me on Twitch, and I'll catch you next time. Refresh, good unit, guys. It is Refresh MSRM finals.mp4. All right, that's gonna do it here today. I got some snow to deal with, probably. There is gonna be, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do it tomorrow, but there are gonna be the final qualifiers for the final 2 spots of the Ariel, or the Ariel Stormgate Cup, $700 finals next weekend. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to do the qualifiers tomorrow. I'm gonna try, we'll see. But that's happening tomorrow. And then of course there's the tournament next weekend. So make sure to check all of that out. Follow the channel if you have not already. We are 95 followers from 6,000, which is kind of cool. And yeah, the semifinals algorithm war. Ruskov versus Refresh Game 2 was awesome. But anyways, that's going to do it here today. Thank you so much for watching, friends. I will catch you next time. Have a great rest of your Saturday. There we go. It's close enough where he's probably not going to worry about dropping another one. That might also mean that this is just, we're going to see a couple volts get dropped after this, and